gets things that are coming down the pipe that you could be ready to launch. And now, even though you have this lovely energy with Venus and the Sun, what could be a bit of a problem is that Mercury's going to go retrograde. And I actually feel like it can come in a couple ways. It could be a partner or old people from the past, and that can include lovers and friends. Coming from the past, you'll have to decide what you want to do with that, because you have a bunch of new energy coming into your life. And I feel like you could wind up changing jobs. You could wind up changing what you're doing. You could wind up adding to what you're doing. You're like, ooh, I got something new, a new stream of income. But it's very positive, and it's about abundance and addition. So you might even take on extra work, but you have more abundance coming too through earned ways. And so your presence is really required in a few places. That is for sure. Then if I look at Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising, boy, oh boy, with all this Venus energy, all of this, which is also ruling you, this Mercury retrograde energy, which will hit you directly because it is in your sign. This is good for your work, career, or vision. It's a time to set boundaries with work, maybe set your direction with work, set your tone with work. This is also a time where you have to carry a light stick, because things that you say can be a bit direct or harsh, or could be taken the wrong way by people around you. This is also a time that decisions around relationships for you, which you're willing to commit to, invest in, or put your energy into. I feel like you're going to be very focused in on your career goals, money, income, and security. And I feel like this over the next 12 weeks is going to be winner, winner, chicken dinner for you. Okay. Then we've got Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, Libra. You know, we've had Chiron in Aries retrograde, which is in your house of partnership, and dealing with old wounds. That could be old generational wounds, family wounds, estates, inheritances, money, assets, property. There could be chunky money in the news for you. There could be opportunities that way. I feel like relationships could feel a bit tumultuous or superficial. They could feel like there's a lot of excitement in some areas, and people revolting in other areas, other people giving up in other areas. And I feel like when all this energy is going on around you guys, you Libras, you could feel a bit devilish. You could feel a bit mischievous. You could feel a bit like, let's test the waters. Let's see what comes from this. But you seem to be really sorting out estates, as properties, assets, generational wounds, generational gifts, things that and that can be your own legacies, and things that you also and you could be just sorting out all those types of paperwork, taxes, wills, estates, paperwork, your financial security, mortgages, sort of long-term commitments around those things. And you're healing some old wounds over this next few months around how you feel valued. Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising. We've got success. Oh, I always like that first word off the top. And so we've got success for you, settlement. Now, settlement's an interesting word because it's about maybe settling into your success. This isn't about, ambition or about aggressive sort of pursuing of your success. This is about sitting in your success. This is about also achieving your own agency, achieving your own opportunities. You finally get your desserts, maybe you finally get your rewards, maybe you finally coming into your own, and you're going to be unapologetic about it. But just know, again, with Mercury retrograde, this is foot and mouth season, so be careful with that. Foot and mouth season for Scorpios, and not to get pulled into any old battles of will. If you decided to move on, or if you decided to move forward, don't look back. Hey, Scorpios, Sagittarian, Sun, Moon, Rising. This is going to be about your job, your commitments, what you're really willing to commit to, and what do you want out of your career, and where's it going to bring you? And it's around defining who you are and where you're going. So this is big existential sort of stuff. And especially with your seventh house lit up with both Mars and Jupiter, your house of partners, being really mindful, present, trying to connect to any partners in your life, business partners, romantic partners, because it could feel like you could be a bit isolated. And in this time of isolation, it would be a good time to focus on your work career, what you're doing, where it's bringing you, and what you want out of this. And because there could be some vacillating between, money and freedom, or freedom and money, because freedom is what you value, and money. But the freedom seems to be a big piece for you. And you can feel a little discouraged with partners because it just feels like maybe it's just too hard to address. And with Mercury retrograde over the next 3 or 4 weeks, don't count on it. Okay, Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising. Boy, Pluto is going to show up in your sign. And it's about really taking ownership, responsibility, stakes around your power. That could be getting called back to old jobs. You could be reinstated. You could be looking at going back to something you used to do. You could be old employers might want you back. People you used to work with could be coming into your life. It's some big stuff, especially with all these retrogrades. I feel like it could be quite good for you in that way. I feel like you have to be mindful about being forced into the decisions, or if you're feeling like you're under a timeline or a time crunch to sign papers, you might not want to do that. You might want to wait until the end of August into September when Mercury's gone direct and you're not feeling under pressure to make commitments to things, particularly around anything that would have to do with your work, income, employment, being called back, signing a contract, a lease, things that you would have to go back over the details. Because I feel like, I don't know, with Pluto coming back into your sign, there could be some disruption there anyway. And you're like, I just went through all this, and then you have to do it again. Okay, Aquarian, Sun, Moon, Rising. Pluto is our retrograde in your sign right now. And it's really about getting your routines, your boundaries, your lists, your schedule into place. It's about getting things out of the chaos and into normality, about not getting bored with the mundane and blowing things up. Is that a routine will serve you. It will keep you on the straight and narrow. It'll keep you focused. It'll keep you feeling safe and secure. And I just feel like this is the time to put in those lists, those to-do lists, fill in the calendar with all the things to get really organized. And because I feel like come fall, when Pluto starts to go direct and then returns to your sign into the new year, it's about your new direction. So I want you to feel like you're prepared and organized as you set off. Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising. Boy, Sun, you've got, this is the big news for you guys this week, really around your identity and really coming into yourself. There's news that's going to come to you that could be really enlightening, really freeing, really give you some vitality, some excitement, some things to look forward to. They're where you could feel pressured is in your responses to people, or their responses to you. And that people could feel very short. They could feel very sort of attacking. They could feel like their words cut. And I just feel like, don't take it personally. People are pretty elevated at the moment in several ways, and not to take anything personally. Know that with these retrograde planets, it's foot and mouth time, or it's missed opportunities, missed calls, miscommunications. And in this energy, it just requires us to stand still that couple seconds longer. Hold off responding a couple seconds longer. Hold off making a decision. Sleep on it, review it. This is the time to do that. There's no pressure. It's the time to sort of slow things down, because any pressure or impulsivity is going to kind of backlash, and you'd have to go over it anyway, because some of these planets are going over old degrees anyway. So that's my heads up to everyone for the next 10 days or so. And you can find me at bernicebisonpsychic.com. And I've got Carol in Cedar Lake, Indiana. Carol, how can I be of service to you today?
Hi, I don't have any big problems or things to fix in my life. I do have many loved ones in spirit, and I feel them around me, and I just thought maybe you could be able to pick up on any loved ones around me. I do feel very alone. I'm an old soul. I'm highly evolved in certain ways, and I feel a lot lonely in this world. I have a loving family. I have worked with great people, and I enjoy people. But there's times where I'm just very alone. So we'll just see if you can pick up on any advice for that.
Okay, I'm hearing you. Sometimes. So first thing that seems to show up, excuse me, is there is a child spirit and a woman spirit who is like your best friend. These
Yes.
two energies seem to show up right away. And the woman who was like your best friend, her passing feels like the hardest to get over because that's where the loneliness might come from. And that just being able to pick up the phone and talk to her. She's a shining light. She's an orb. She's electricity. She shows up as electricity quite a bit. Lightning storms, very much so. I don't know why I think of the lightning, and that beautiful energy. I feel like I would almost think of this weird image of like two cats curled up on your lap, or these like two little cats curled up on your lap. So that imagery and that times that, even as a little girl, having felt alone. And part of this is, when kids grow rapidly as a kid and they seem to be bigger than the rest of the kids, or they seem to be more, there's something about that with you that even as a little kid, you would have had very adult insights. There is a grandmother figure that already passed that shows up with your mom and your mom's family. And this energy is really powerful. And like
Wow.
the Three Musketeers, like the group of, really powerful. And and I feel like they've always told you things. And it's so funny because it would remind me of your psychic abilities, like would come from like this old lady, and it feels very old school, like I would tea leaf read or something, or I would like,
yes, my mother was gifted. Yeah, she was.
And in ways that, she didn't really need anything. She could look into a teacup and probably see it anyway. But just know that you're like the Three Musketeers, and just love, there's something about other people's children being raised, maybe by your family, or that there was like these different sets of kids. And I feel like there's something about a man that could be like a long lost man, like he's like a long lost man that shows up, that could show up around you. Yes. And, there was something that kept coming in before I even got on the phone today to do the radio show, that there was something about an R name. I know you're Carol. And there was like a G name and an R name and an M, these initials. Kept showing up.
There's a Margaret, a Robert. I had an Aunt Margaret that I was close to, a female. And she was in spirit and was also a pure soul, very sure.
And someone has their child with them. There's a child, I want to say like a brother figure. So I
had a miscarriage.
Thank you for that. I feel like I'm going to go backwards a little bit. There was a boy who would have been under the age of 13. I almost want to say a J name. I'll just leave that for now because I'm gonna jump around. So I only have a few minutes. I want to cram in as much as I can with you. So a boy's spirit, I would go back probably to 1983 or the 80s when he passed. And he would have been very like a teen. And now I just want to say, I feel like these ladies, they show up at your house quite a bit. You don't have to go anywhere. I feel like just put a pot of coffee on or something and I feel like they'll show up. There's something I'm supposed to tell you about your mobility, your legs, feet.
I have arthritis in my feet. I am very mobile and I'm very active and I work. I do a lot of heavy lifting, but I'm very able-bodied. It's just I have a little bit of arthritis in the foot.
Okay, so if that's the foot, I need you to be be mindful about putting out your back, your sciatic, your leg, and I almost want to go to your right side. Okay?
It is, yes, it's on the right.
Okay, that's all. Just if I thought of any caution.
No, I work in a grocery store, but I know a lot of people because I work with the public.
I'm going to back up. So the man with the heart condition, I'm just going to mention a few things. I feel like he has a name like your dad, and
Okay.
and he has a heart condition, and I feel like it's something that he would have to work on. I feel like he's living, and I feel like he just has to work on it. And he would, I don't know why he has a name like your dad. I don't know why that is, why I'm telling you, but it's something about that. And that's something he has to work on.
I have someone in my life right now that I work with that is a lot like my dad, and I'm very close to a male figure.
Okay, he just needs to watch. That's all. There's something about like his blood sugar, blood pressure, cholesterol, something that he might even wind up on medication. Okay.
Yeah, he's got health problems, and he acts like my father figure and reminds me of my dad. And he does have things that he doesn't know what's wrong with him, and I'll have to tell him check his heart.
Yeah, there's something going on around that. I almost want to say his waterworks, like kidneys, heart, his circulation, his blood pressure. I feel like there's something that I feel like there's medication. There's something that they can put him on to help him with that. So yeah, go see a doctor. I'm a psychic, not a doctor. So I feel like just go see a doctor and that he can figure that out. I feel like he's in good hands. I feel like your dad your dad can tell it like it is. He'll tell you like it is. He'll always tell you like straight up.
Straight to the point. I am too. I'm like that too. Yes.
Yeah, I love that quality. I love it. No guessing. And
yes,
so
yes. Now my mobility, they don't see that slowing me down, do they? Because I am not in any way, shape, or form slow right now. And I just have a little bit of pain. Is there something I should do?
Just pay attention to not let it turn into plantar fasciitis, or put your how sometimes we can get I don't know, it keeps bringing me to your right foot, leg, and I just feel like just be mindful not to even roll your ankle, or in your busy rush, because you might always be in a rush, tippy, spilly, trippy, rushing,
yes.
Getting ahead of yourself. Sometimes you can get like that, and I feel like I just don't want you to, so for instance, in Winnipeg, when it snows and it gets icy and you walk and you almost slip, but you don't quite slip, it feels like you just put your back out,
yeah.
Right. So I want you to not rush. So to work with this energy and prevent this energy, I want you to really ground yourself when you're like, I got to go drive to work. I'm at work. I don't want you to because I know in a grocery store, you said a grocery store, thank you for sharing that. You can get really busy, get ahead of yourself, get tripping over yourself. And I feel like just slow down, one thing at a time, one person at a time, and you'll just get in a really good zone, as opposed to that's it. So I feel like it comes from something like that, or you bash into something because you tripped over it, So just be mindful. And I want to say something about the grocery store and around you in the grocery store. People love you there. They love you there. Do not leave your job. I feel like they need you there, actually.
Thank you. Both the staff and the customers, you say?
I think they need you, and I feel like you provide something where you remember people, you remember them, they remember you. It's almost like they want it, and I feel like you might have a change, like of a manager or a general manager. There's some sort of restructure. Don't worry. I feel like you're going to get heard on some of the things you've been asking for. There's some changes or something you've been asking for, and that I feel like it's going to come up. You could wind up in charge of an entire department, in charge of things, or they want you to take care of things. And I feel like,
they depend on me a lot. I've been told that they depend on me a lot. I don't mean to brag, but when I'm not there, the place falls apart, put it that way. So yes, thank you very much. That's true.
I love it, and Spirit loves you, and that's all the time I have today. And thank you for coming on my show. My name is Bernice Bisson, and you can find me on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck Television every Tuesday.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Well, time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Hump Day. Happy Wednesday. I'm your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. I am sitting here trying to get myself centered and ready and focused because today's been a bit of just some crazy energy. So hopefully tonight we'll be able to feel that energy, but maybe not so chaotic and not so crazy. So already having some things going on with electronics and phones and whatnot. So I think we're getting pretty close to that full moon. So that can very well be the case. But anyhow, it's so fun to be here today and just kind of can't wait to see what tonight brings as usual. So lots of interesting readings I've had for the last week or so, even so much so that there's some reason that the veil between us and our spiritual world is very thin right now. So messages from your loved ones in spirit have been really just amazing and so validating for my clients. So I'm hoping that today we get that beautiful same energy. And I also, for those who maybe also follow me on my Facebook page or on my YouTube, last week, I was finally able to get my YouTube channel working and figured out how to stream to from YouTube to my Facebook. So tonight I'm going to be doing the same. And so at 8 p.m. Mountain Time, I will be streaming from my YouTube, which is Mini Medium 75. And but also that will go to Facebook. So if you would rather hop on through Facebook, which is just Mini Medium, I would love to see you guys on and just share these beautiful messages and do some free readings for a couple hours and see where it goes for sure. But we're going to start out with the affirmation. So I haven't had my affirmation cards for a little bit. And I thought, I need to pull these out. And I love these just because the affirmation is really, ultimately, it's a promise to yourself. You're going to affirm that whatever this card says, that it is going to fit into your life and you're going to make it happen, right? So kind of like a manifestation, but more or less just a statement. So as some of you may know, the numbers are very important to me in readings, and I'll get numbers throughout the day, which really will connect with either loved ones in spirit, giving me numbers of validation of who they are or who they're about to connect with, whether on my podcast or on my Facebook Lives on Wednesday nights or other readings that I do as they come in person or Zoom or what may be. And so today, it's been a very interesting group of numbers, but I noticed the common number between all of them is the number 9. Now, I know 9 is going to be pretty broad, and I feel like we all connect to that number. September, the 9th of a month, this is the age of 9 years ago. So I know that one's going to be what I call a vanilla, validation. So I asked for this soul who I have felt. I've had a beautiful spirit with me today, as I always do on Wednesdays. So Tuesday nights, I'll have these crazy dreams, and then Wednesday, they'll come through and validate even more. And so with the 9, I got the number 36. Now that's a little bit more, narrowed down, more specific. So for me, that number is going to be the age of 36, March 6th, where 3 and 6 come in. It could be someone born in 1936. So I'll throw those numbers out there and we'll see if that connects with any of the callers tonight, and or with anyone that happens to hop on to my Facebook or my YouTube tonight for the free readings. I can talk. So let's pull. I'm going to pull the number 9 card. I don't think that we want to try to count to 36 tonight. We'll end up being here a lot longer, and I want to get to the callers tonight. So, all right, my friends. So the affirmation for the week, and this is for everybody, and I hope that this will, resonate, and I hope that it will help you to get through your week and just kind of, apply this to your journey, if you will. So the affirmation, oh, I love this. It says, I am valuable. Many people are thankful for my presence in their lives. I love that, right? Because I think sometimes we struggle with giving ourselves credit or patting ourselves on the back or feeling like, you know what, heck yeah, I am valuable. And, people actually do love having me around, right? And they're thankful for my presence. So I hope that you can apply that to your life, to your journey, and find that confidence that you are loved, you are valued, you are needed. And you'll be amazed, my friends, at how that energy will be infectious and people around you will absorb that energy. And you'll see how amazing that the domino effect is, right? It's kind of like the butterfly effect. So I hope that you all can apply that. We're kind of we're in a very interesting time right now with things going on out in the world. And I'll tell you, I'm a firm believer of all the energy you put out in the universe, it comes right back. And this year, my friends, we're in a karmic year, so it's coming back tenfold. So if you put out that beautiful, good, positive energy as best as you can, well, then the universe, she's going to pay it right back to you, and it's going to come back twice as much. So try to keep things as positive and with love and light that you can. The human side messes up, right? Our human side has its human side, but all you need to do is just be mindful of it, and then kind of stop for a moment and go, oh, wait, oh yeah, this is what the mini medium was talking about. And now I'm going to change that mindset and put out that good vibrational energy. So just some kind of advice, because I know that right now things are a little kind of crazy out in the world, right? But it's all right. We're going to be just fine, and we're going to put out all that good energy, right? But okay, all right. That said, I have my first caller, and I saw from California. I did miss the name. Robin. Hi, Robin. This is Mini Medium.
Hi.
How can I help you? Hello. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Good. How can I help you tonight?
Just a general reading would be nice.
Okay, sure. I'm going to use some cards to just see if we need some maybe a little bit of guidance or at least some validation of what we're picking up on. And let's see here. All right, I'm going to just pull a couple cards for you really quick. Now, when I do general readings, what I do is I really just listen to my guides, ask my guides to work with your guides, and to, hopefully lead us to what's going on in your life and what primarily is sitting right up front with your energy. So general can be very, I always say it's kind of we'll just see what comes up type of thing. It's usually whatever I feel it pops up right away. So just a couple things looking at your cards, my friend. I did pull just 2 for you, but let me ask you, just again, you probably heard me earlier before we hopped on. Do you resonate or do you connect with the number 9 or the number 36? So 9 will be like September, the 9th of a month, 9 years ago.
Yeah, I have a close family member with a birthday in September.
Okay. And I feel like when I just was getting ready to connect with you and go in that general sense, that number came up again, which is where I have to listen to it being a connection with whoever the 9 or the 36 is connecting to. So I will kind of put that to the side for a moment, see if that kind of meshes. But some things that I really feel I'm looking at with you, you, without a doubt, my friend, within the last month, if not even less than that, I feel just a lot of new decisions coming up, a lot of changes. I feel like there's been some decisions that you've had to make or are about to make. And a lot of that I feel is really focused around and really applying to a lot of things in your life, your health, your career, your job, even your living situation. Did you just move or are you moving?
No.
Okay. So I would just say be mindful of that. Here's why, because I do feel there's a sense of you needing to make a change of making some decisions when it comes to your home dynamics. And if it's not your moving, then there's some reconstruction, there's some remodeling in the home that's being done or will need to be done. So please keep that in mind, okay? Also, some relationship issues as well, some relationship things. You pulled this Ace of Swords card, which came out reversed. Now, when that happens, that's really connecting with your shadow work. And shadow work is the things you're working on just personally, or those things you know you need to work on, just so you can live your best life, be the best version of you. And the sword is where you're really having to fight and defend and protect. So the ace connects with a new beginning and these new changes. So even the living situation, my friend, even the home dynamic environment, it's even applying to those changes coming. Relationship wise, are you in a relationship? You have a significant other? Because if you do, there's a distance right now between you two.
Okay, yeah. He works out of state.
Okay. All right. Has there been talk about moving? One of you moving in?
He lives with me. We're married.
Okay.
But there is talk about wanting to move out of state.
Yes. Okay. And together, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. And I feel this is something that it's that feeling of a fresh start, my friend. It's a feeling of, we're kind of having some, disconnect in the relationship. There's, been some, ups and downs, which all relationships do, but it's that point of where, what are we going to do next? We're at a milestone. Now, what do we do? And the fresh start, moving out of state, maybe getting away from some family or friends that maybe are not serving you both in a good way, is part of this, where I feel intuitively, and as what I see, future wise, I feel like this is a good decision. It feels to me that it would be good for you both. I keep seeing 3 children around you. Do you have children, my friend?
I do. I have 6 of my own, and I adopted my sister's son.
Okay. You said you have 6 of your own, and then you adopted your sister's son. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I want to show something really quick, and you can go back and watch this on YouTube, on Moonstruck TV, or on the Facebook page. But one of your cards that you pulled, I'm all about numbers too, by the way, I'm going to show it on camera, is this 7 of Cups. And the 7 really is connecting to your children, where you got 7, the 6 of your own, and the 1. The reason I feel like I'm only seeing 3, or the number 3 comes up, I want you to, it really will connect with the month of March, or the 3rd of the month, with one of the children. This is how my visions come in. Do you connect with that number with
I do.
any 7? Okay, beautiful. That that child is one that I would say, um, even in the dynamics of you moving and the home dynamics, that is going to be one that I would very much um, give maybe more of your time and energy and love to. Does that make sense?
Okay, and you said the month 3?
Yes.
Okay, they're twins.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. Okay. And so that just keeping an eye and just being, maybe a little bit more, I always say, not helicopter mom, but just kind of keep an eye on them and how they're processing things, what they're going through. It just feels some extra love needs to be there. So just, just keep that in mind, okay?
Okay.
But I'll tell you some, things I see with, the move and, relationships and all of this. You have a great connection with your significant other. I just feel it's time for some change.
Okay. I feel it too.
Yeah, absolutely. And one
We
thing
were
really
just talking last night about a change. I was talking to my husband about change in my career, that I wanted to do something different.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And all of these beautiful changes, it is your soul going, all right, it's time. It's time. And there's no coincidences in life when you get that little itch. So listen to the intuition. It never will ever, lead you or steer you wrong. Okay.
Okay.
All right, my friend. Well, I hope that helped you. I know I've got another caller, but feel free to hop on tonight on my Facebook page. I'll be doing free readings on Mini Medium, and that'll be here in about an hour and a half if you're up and willing. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. You're welcome, my friend. Have a great night.
You too. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, you guys, we got time for another caller. This is Trisha from Georgia. Hi, Trisha, this is Mini Medium.
Hello?
Hi, Trisha, this is Mini Medium. Hi, how are you?
How are you? I'm all right. How about yourself?
Doing good. Doing good, my friend. How can I help you tonight?
I am at such a crossroads at the moment. It's been rough the past year or two, and I was just wondering if you had any insight from, any of my peeps or yourself, or however you go about it.
Okay, sure. And do you want just kind of a general sense of whatever's coming up, either from your guides or
please.
loved ones in spirit, or?
A message from Spirit would be great.
Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. Let me ask you before we get into really into that fully, but numbers are very important to me. And today I've had a very strong male soul with me, and he keeps giving me the number 9 and the number 36. So this is the month of September, the number 9, or the 9th of a month. Now 36 will be like March 6th. This could be the age of 6. Do you resonate
I was
with
born
that
in
number?
September.
You were born in September.
9. 36, not so much, but definitely 9.
Yeah. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so being that this would be, one of your loved ones in spirit, being a male, for one, validating your birth month, first and foremost. Keep that 36 in mind too, please, because I feel like he's bringing that up even stronger again. Not that we have to figure it out, but March 6th, or the age of 36. Now, this can't be someone born in 1936.
How about 63? My brother passed and he was 63.
Yes. I call it.
And I had his driver's license today in my bra. To hear
Say
from
that
him.
again.
I said I had his driver's license in my bra today because I wanted to hear from him.
Oh my God.
Right. And he was 63 when he passed.
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right, my friend. Well, then this has got to be your brother. I love this. So, And this would be his beautiful soul, number one, validating your birth month and then the age. So let me gonna just take a moment and see if I can pick up anything from him. And we'll really okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of I'll be quiet here for a minute, but
that's fine.
Immediately what he is giving me, I just got a very strong impact to my chest, but then it went to my head. Do you, without giving me too much information, do you understand what the
way? Bad accident. Yeah, he was in a really bad accident years ago, and he got like a 17-inch gouge in his head.
Gotcha. Okay. And this was before his passing, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So this would be his way of just validating this is him, but you know what, unfortunately what he went through. But there is a sense of him also. I know that you hoping for him to come through, hoping for him to be here, which you've done a lot of the work for me, which is great with manifesting and putting the driver's license in your bra. I love that. I have never in 28 years, my friend, ever heard that. I think that is awesome. But you put him close to your heart, right? You put him right close to that heart chakra. So, and I really feel that your brother is very, very close to you, very protective of you. There was some unfinished business, and still is. He says that he's working on that, but he says you need to know that he's okay with Dad now. Do you understand that?
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. He is very. He uses your senses to let you know he is there, and I can smell either this is cigarette smoke or this is pot smoke, my friend.
I mean, he didn't smoke weed, but he definitely smoked cigarettes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so pay attention if you're somewhere and you're smelling that smoke, that very well this could be his way of letting you know he's there. Okay. He's wanting to mention the new baby that just came in. He showed me the new baby, or someone just announced pregnancy.
No, but my niece has a 1-year-old, soon to be 2-year-old, and I'm living there now.
Oh, okay. And you're living with them?
Yeah, I'm living, so she was 1 when I got here, so that's a new baby.
Gotcha. Okay. So his way of just validating that he's with you and he sees, what you're doing through life. He does say that he's showing me that you have got to get into have your like a stress test done, my friend. So the heart, the blood pressure. He's a bit worried about that. He says he's struggling.
I'm not, but I'm going to the doctor at the 24th.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay. And are they going to be kind of doing that kind of check for you?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's just my general doctor, but we'll see.
Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough. So I would say he's, wanting you to mention this if it's not mentioned in your appointment, okay?
Okay.
Would you understand when he is, he's mentioning that you, there were some items left behind when he passed that did not get to the right people?
Yeah.
Okay. He says it's okay. He doesn't want you to be upset or put too much more energy into this, anger, whatever it may be. But he sees this and knows that things will work out the way they're supposed to, if you will. So just kind of just sit back and let it write itself out, per se. Okay, I've got about a minute and a half, but I want to see what else he's given me. He definitely is a very fun energy and is very talkative, my friend. So he's got a lot. He's got a lot to say. But I think really his biggest message for coming through for you is the health and to watch your health, because he is a little concerned about your heart, your lungs, the blood pressure, but also he says he has no unfinished business with you, and that he wants you to know that. Okay.
Okay.
All right, my friend. Well, I hope this gave you some peace, and look at you. You manifested your beautiful brother coming in, and I hope this gave you some comfort.
It did, and thank you for all your wisdom and help.
You're so welcome, my friend. It's my pleasure. You have a beautiful night, okay?
You too. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Bye-bye. All right, my friends, that's a wrap. That's another great episode of the Mini Medium, and I will see you guys next week, Wednesday. Have a great night. Bye, guys.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Suzanne Marie, and I will be your host for a little bit. I hope that everyone is doing well and feeling loved and safe. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium, and if you would like a private session with me, you can reach me at www.psychicpaths and browse my website. I am available for private readings for a half an hour and an hour. So I can see past, present, and future. And I also speak to past loved ones. So, hi, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. I really do. It's been a tumultuous kind of time, and I'm really hoping that we can find ourselves in the midst of all of this, astrologically and every kind of way, to be patient and loving and kind. That's what I would like to see. That's what I pray for, that everyone can be kind and loving towards each other during this time. Without it, I don't know what to do, what we would do. We have to be kind to each other. We're kind of dependent on being loving and kind towards each other. And the other thing that we are dependent on is faith and hope. So whatever is going on and whatever whatever seems to be bothering other people and yourself, this is Breezy right here, and she's a handful. I would hope that you would keep your faith, the faith that things are going to work out in its best interest, and that the hope that better things are coming, just coming, because I do believe that the universe is working in our best interests. I am looking for a positive sign, and I hope everyone else is, that things are just going to work out. We don't have to worry, and if it means being still and meditating and staying away from the constant noise of things that just cause us trouble. Do I have a caller? Let's see. We're hoping for a good caller tonight. We have Marlies from
Hi.
British Columbia. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. What can I help with tonight?
I'm not even sure because I've never had one of these readings before. So maybe if you can just let me know what you're seeing, and maybe that'll help guide me to whatever it is that's the lost soul out there. I mean, of course,
You felt drawn for a reading
Sorry?
tonight? You felt drawn for a reading?
Yeah, no, and yes.
Okay. Hang on while I catch on to your energy and connect with it. Okay, so let me see if this resonates. I feel like you're a very, very, very hands-on person with things. Right away, I think what Spirit is trying to tell me is that you want things that are proven and what do you call it? You don't go for a belief. There's not a whole lot of like UFOs or so this is the first thing I'm getting is that you're very level-headed and you pride yourself on being a clear thinker and grounded. That's what I'm getting.
Well, I like to think I'm a clear thinker on a good day.
Yeah, you know, I'm really getting that. Yeah, that you wouldn't be a sheep. You because someone said something wouldn't be good enough for you. You're not just going to follow
Right.
anyone, or, which is a very not a good trait, very good trait to have that ability to be a clear thinker. Um, I'm also picking up maybe a loss. Someone has passed away and they're standing behind you. I'm going to see if I can get them clearer. Do you have a sister? Because there's also
I
a
do have
very,
a sister.
I have a very strong feeling that you were destined to be sisters. It was meant to be, kind of a thing. Um, Such joy. I feel such joy with that sister. Um, Not always alike though. You're not always alike. There's
No, yeah, we're two completely different people. She's actually my
there's
older sister, and
she seems to
she's
be
still. I mean,
she's what?
yeah, and she's still here with us.
Right, yes. I got that. I feel like she has a more of a let go attitude. Or the things that make you think are the one things that will make her say, okay, now let's move on. She doesn't stay thinking is what I'm getting. Let me see.
Yeah, no, that's pretty true. She doesn't give two rats, whereas I do take a little bit more things to the heart.
That's what I'm picking up. The person isn't coming very clear in, but I feel like it's a more of a grandparent. I think it's a grandparent, and for some reason they're just there. I think what I can tell you is that they're there with you. They're always with you and caring about you, and they're rooting for your success, and they're there comforting you when you do feel low and feel down. I feel like it's a woman though. Um,
Well, I did lose. I mean, I've lost both of my parents. My dad on my birthday unexpectedly, and
oh
then my
my
mom
goodness.
suffered through a horrific type of cancer, just horrific. And so, yeah, I do struggle with that because she was taken out in not a very good way. And
I
she was
feel
like just a go-getter too, right up until she was 80.
I feel like this person that's there from the other side does not want to start something like a communication, but they're there. And I noticed, I see people fast, maybe because they don't want to cause you any pain. They don't want to bring that up again. And I think maybe that's why they're kind of shielding themselves. Do you feel like you've healed from your mother's passing? Because I do feel like it's a woman.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Maybe.
I haven't healed because, like I said, yeah, my mom was such a wonderful person that everybody loved her in our little community. And, like I struggle with the fact of what happened to her, and it just wasn't fair to her.
I am so sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, thank you. And I don't feel that I've ever had any closure with it because, she was diagnosed with a cancer. Yeah.
It's terrible.
And
I'm
ended
so
up being
sorry.
paralyzed and it's just a horrific death for her. And
I feel like on the other side, they just don't want to. They know you're not healed. That's probably why they're kind of shielded. But they're there. Your mother is around you. This woman is around you. I asked for a message, and what she's showing me is little flowers, little flowers, and they're in her hand. I think she wants you to have peace. I wonder if they're, lily of the valley. They're small.
Yeah.
I think she just wants you to have peace.
Yeah. Well, it's hard because it just, I feel so freaking bad for my mom, and that's what I struggle with, because it just was not fair. Like like I said, it was horrific. Absolutely. It was not fair that this happened to her.
She's at peace now. Yeah. And even though that happened, that's not where she's now. The second that she passed away, she became peaceful and surrounded by love and an amazing amount of comfort. She let go. She let go physically and mentally, and she's just in a bright spot. And I think that I would ask you to come back to the show, anyone on the show, when you feel a little more healed, and communicate with her again, because I feel like she does have a message for you, but I think she's saying not now. It is my fault that I had seen her and thought maybe she wanted to communicate, but she's not ready now, and you're not ready. But I want you to think about coming back and speaking to another A1R Psychic Radio person and having some good communication. Okay?
Okay, yeah, and I do actually have a little lily of the valley on my kitchen table. It's not that tiny one, but it's a bigger.
Okay. Well, she is definitely with you. So talk with her and know that she's present and loving. She's loving on you. Okay?
All right. Okay.
Thank you so much for calling, and I do hope that you get a chance to call back and communicate.
Yes, for sure I will. Thank you so much for squeezing me in there. I really appreciate it.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Angelic Insights and Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. I hope you are having a great day. For those of you who don't know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am a psychic medium, a Reiki master, a shamanic energy healer, a life coach, and a certified hypnotherapist. I am the owner of Angels Always Around Us. If you are looking to make an appointment with me after the show or at any point in time, you can go to angelsalwaysaroundus.com, or you can go to my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us. You can find me on Instagram at Angel Margaret P. We are, since I am a psychic and this is a psychic radio, we are going to take a caller. I think they have one hopefully waiting. Possibly not. So while we're waiting here for a moment or two, also to let you know, I do I'm a psychic medium, so I can do mediumship readings. I read angel cards. I channel guardian angels for people. I can do this remotely. I can do it through video chat, phone. I am also doing readings and healings in person in Pennsylvania at the Awaken Center. So you can always come by and you can, shoot me a message. You can give me a call, 856-449-9099. We can set up an appointment for your in-person or your remote reading or healing session. I am glad everybody who is here today. I'm kind of hanging on here, seeing if we possibly have a caller. I think they're trying to find one. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself while we're waiting for a caller. I've been talking to the deceased since I was a kid. I remember fondly, and if those of you who've been to my talks and workshops at previous events, you might have heard this story, but when I was a kid, I guess I was about 7 or 8 years old, my mom told me I was too old to be talking to have an imaginary friend. And I asked her, I said, what are you talking about? I'm talking to grandma. And, so my mom tried to tell me that, she had didn't have pictures around, so we didn't really know what she looked like. But long story short, I described her to my mom, and lo and behold, scared the crap out of my mom because she didn't know anything about mediumship or gifts, and she didn't know what to do with a daughter who could see people who were dead. We have a caller from Canada, I believe it said.
Me?
Sarah. Hi, yes. Sarah, how can I help you today?
I was hoping to get a reading done today.
Okay, do you have a specific question that you're wondering that's pressing on your mind?
I'm very lost in my life right now. I've been a stay-at-home mom for a very long time, and I don't know what my future holds as far as maybe where things are going.
Okay, well, a couple of things here, Sarah. So I've pulled some angel cards for you. First thing I want you to know, hopefully you can see the card here. This is Serena, and she is the angel of abundance. And she is coming to tell you that, abundance is on the horizon. So, as you're shifting, you're kind of getting that, you've been a good mom, you've taken care of your kids, you've stayed at home for a while, but now they're older, and now you're kind of like, where's my identity? Where am I, supposed to be? But at the same time, how can I make everything work? That's the number one question of parents. How can I make it work? How can I spend time with my kids and still go? Serena is here to tell you to go ahead and start to pursue your hobbies, start to pursue your interests, start to figure out, what it is you want to do, because she is going to make sure that you are provided for. And our next card is a wonderful backup card, actually, to Serena. And this is Aurora, and she tells you, continue to fly high. I think, Sarah, it's not going to take you long if you sit down, you make a list of things that make, things you find joy in, another list of things you find closer to spirit in, and things that you're good at. So you make those 3 lists, you find out which, items on those lists all intersect, and that's your life purpose. When we work on our life purpose, we're protected and, we're blessed financially. Doesn't mean we're going to have 5 limos in the car, but, when we work towards our life purpose, work towards what we're supposed to do, our lives get better and the finances ease and we can breathe a little bit. Now, as you start doing this, the one thing Aurora says, like I said, she says, you're flying high, good things. She's kind of reaffirming what Serena says to you, but at the same time, she also comes with a warning. She wants you to know that, some of your other stay-at-home mom friends aren't going to be real comfortable with you going out in the working world. They're not going to, they're going to have their concerns that are running through their head are going to they're going to voice them out loud to you. They're going to start listing all the reasons why they don't work. And, some of those are legitimate reasons. And but they're kind of going to try to pull you back in and kind of be like, oh, well, you're supposed to be a mom. And yeah, it's good to be a mom, but we still have to have our own personalities. We still have to have our own lives. So, we still have to have some part of us that makes us not mom, because we are more than mom. But a lot of times society likes us to think that that's the only title we're supposed to have. So as you go through this, the other card that came up is Grace and Antoinette. And they come to when people need to look at the other person's perspective. And in this case, because we asked them about your purpose, it may sound a little weird to you because I know you've got your kids you take care of, but it feels like you're supposed to kind of go down some kind of counseling or coaching vein. Like you were sent here to help other people. You're very good at listening to both sides of the story and kind of teasing out fact from what people think they perceive as reality.
Yeah.
Have you ever given any thought to that? Have you ever given any thought to being a counselor?
The problem is that I don't have my high school, right? I have my kids young.
Well, there's GEDs, there's programs you can do, there's lots of things you can do. You just have to kind of research it.
Here in Ontario, they took away the GED.
Oh. Well, continue to research it because I'm sure that as you research it, things are always changing. Research and find ways to get around it, find ways. And you know what? If you have to go back and attend some classes, then go back and attend some classes. But, don't let that fear stand in your way. Don't let I'm too old to do this, it's too late. As long as you're breathing and your mind is working, it's never too late. I know people, and I've coached people in their 60s who decided they wanted a life change, change their career 2 years before retirement. It's all good. It's about what makes you feel content.
The other thing that I have an issue with pursuing and moving forward is not so much my children holding me back, but I have my husband. My husband is very negative and likes to so I don't really know where that is going forward either.
Well, take it one step at a time. First thing you have to do is make a plan for you. So you have to plan how you're going to start getting the education you need so you can move through and do what you need to do. And, you've already pointed out that he's negative. You've already pointed out some behaviors you don't like. And, you guys can kind of, you know what you don't like about it, so you can kind of try to set up some boundaries and be like, I want to share my life with you, but when all you do is talk negatively to me, makes it very difficult for me to want to open up with you.
Yeah.
And the other thing, again, first priority is, and you don't have to figure out the whole picture, just get a general idea, do some research for the next couple of weeks, allow yourself time to figure out how can I get the next step of my education process? Because I hear that is, where your next step is you have to get that education part out of the way so that you can move forward. And again, Serena and Aurora are here and they're saying, we're going to make sure she's supported as long as she's, fulfilling her purpose, as long as she's working on her purpose. And, I think, like I said, Aurora comes with that warning that some people are not going to be happy with you making these changes. I think your husband, unfortunately, sounds like he's going to be like your biggest anti-change cheerleader. But that doesn't matter because once you start looking into your life purpose, once you start and you find what you're supposed to do, you find what kind of counseling or coach you're supposed to be, there will be that fire will ignite. It's already ignited inside of you, but it will burn so bright that all that negativism, you just let that negativity go. And, just know that you are working on your life purpose. You are working on helping other people. You are doing what God intended for you to do. And all the other stuff, it kind of instead of being that annoying noise that's right in your face, it kind of just fades into the background till you almost can't hear it. And then, if the time comes and you decide that you have to go another way, as far as the marriage goes, that's a thing, we can always look into in the future.
Yeah. I do know that it's a very common thing that when you start making life choices and changes for the better good for yourself and whatever else, for your children or whatever the case may be, a lot of people don't like it and they end up backing away or you end up winning them out of your life because, that's just the way life takes you, right?
Yes. And once you surround yourself with positivity and positive people in your life, you're not going to want those negative people around. I do apologize. We are almost out of time. But thank you so much for joining us today. It was an honor to read your cards and to get in tune with spirit for you today.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. And again, if anybody wants more information about me or my services, you can go to my website, www.angelsalwaysaroundus.com, my Angels Always Around Us Facebook page. I also have a Facebook group called Angelic Inspiration and Guidance. Please feel free to join that. Put in a little, the entry questions that you heard me on the radio. We'll let you in the group. I do affirmations, talk about angels, talk about crystals, talk about spirit animals, all kinds of good stuff. I hope you guys had a great day, and I will see you next week.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our
websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, cherished friends. I'm Perry Lyons. This is Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic. And I'm me and you're you, which is the absolute best thing you can be. I'm sorry I'm a little tilted, so I might ask all my viewers, just lean your head slightly to the side so I look straight. I'm very happy to be here, and I love you. I'm happy you're here. I'm going to start off, I found something else that was kind of cool today. I did a reading for somebody I'd never met, who was in England about a year ago. And during the reading, I said, you're going to be having a romantic relationship in about 6 months. And the guy just really reminds me of this actor, I'll just say X, who's a famous British actor, very famous. And I just found out from a mutual friend that she actually did meet the guy I saw for her, who was in fact that actor, and now they're engaged. I thought that was cool. I also wanted to share another quick story while I'm waiting here, staring at the phone like a lovesick teenager waiting for your call. Then I'm going to quickly do the psychic tarot weather, which is just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. People always ask, well, if you're psychic, why can't you use it to win the lottery? Good question. Here's what happened. It was about 10 years ago, a little after I had my traumatic brain injury, which is one reason I'm psychic today. I had a piano fall in my head, which I'll explain some other time. But it's true. I was in line at the bodega, waiting to buy something, and I was staring idly. They had the lotto numbers from the last drawing displayed. And I was thinking, oh, it'd be nice to win lotto. And as I stared at the numbers, they turned into other numbers in front of my eyes. I kind of went, what? And they just stayed there. So I quickly wrote down the numbers. And I never play lotto, but I played that time. And I got home, and the next day, I looked at the numbers, and I looked up the numbers I'd written down, and I think it was 4 out of 6 I'd gotten, 4 or 5. I'd gotten enough to win a substantial amount of money. I was never able to find that ticket. It was like the fairies took it. So, I don't know if that means that psychics aren't allowed to use our powers to enrich ourselves, which would be sad because money is one of my favorite things to have. But that's the answer to why don't you use it to win the lottery. I tried. So anyway, I'm sitting here waiting for your call. I will give you very accurate. We have like a 92% accuracy rate, which is pretty good. And I'm going to do the psychic tarot weather now. Here's how this works. I pick 3 cards. And it doesn't matter if you tune into the show intentionally, if you just happen to be passing by and it's playing. If you're listening or watching, these cards apply to your week. The first card is the beginning of the week, which is now. Second card is the middle of the week, which is like the weekend-ish. And the third card, you get the drift, is towards the end of the week. Ready? Oh, that's interesting. The first card is the 6 of Cups, which is a little boy giving a little girl a golden cup filled with flowers. And what this means is either somebody from your past is kind of returning, could be a friend. Often it means somebody who you were romantic with. Ooh. What's interesting as well is that we're about to go into Mercury retrograde, which starts on August 4th. And in Mercury retrograde, a lot of things return to us. I'll go into Mercury retrograde more next week. But this looks like either you're meeting somebody from your past again, which might be very interesting, or the other meaning is you could meet somebody with whom you feel instantly at home and comfortable, like you've known them all your life, like you were kids together. There we go. I love doing that. Second card is very interesting. A lot of different interpretations for this card. It's the 7 of Swords, but my interpretation, I've been doing this for years and I can never get the card right, is that this guy has just snuck into the enemy camp. There's going to be a big battle tomorrow. Lots of people, a lot of blood is going to be shed. But he snuck into the enemy camp and stole all their swords, which means no battle tomorrow. And P.S., got a lot of nice new swords. And this is kind of a looking ahead card. Strategic planning. It's thinking about the outcome when you're starting to do something. Thinking ahead and wise planning. Hope you like swords. Okay, last card. A card I talk about a lot in readings. It doesn't come up that often, but it's only essentially got one. It's the Wheel of Fortune card. It's only essentially got one meaning. Oh, hi, Sarah in Oshawa, Ontario, Canada. I love Canadians. I'll be with you in about 2 minutes. So just breathe deeply and think about your question. Is good? Okay. Thank you. Yay. What this card means is essentially your luck has not been the best for a while. You've had one of those sort of slumps that every human being goes through. And what it means is that your luck is about to change for the better, sort of overnight and sort of drastically. So might be a good time to buy that lottery ticket. But this time, put it someplace where you can find it. So that's our week. So the week starts out with somebody from your past returning, or possibly meeting somebody with whom you have an instant, very deep rapport. And then the strategic planning card, and then your luck is changing for the better card, which it's a little fortune tellery, but I'm done with that because who doesn't like their luck changing? Hi, Sarah. How are you?
You?
Oh, so I like to connect to people through their birthdays. When's your birthday, my dear?
August 20th, 1988.
Oh, cool. We love Leos. Woohoo. 1988, 1964. So I think you're Year of the Dragon. Ooh, Leo Dragon. You, girl, are a force to be reckoned with. Yeah. Dragons are the only mythical creature in the whole Chinese zodiac. We're talking about Chinese astrology here. Yeah. And they always lead the parade. And so dragons always have a kind of presence to them, a certain amount of flamboyance, even if they're very quiet. And I think you're pretty reserved, but you still have people notice when you walk in a room in a really good way. So how can I help you?
I noticed some crows this morning, but I didn't think nothing of it. But then more and more came, and then they stuck around until about noon, and then they just took off right at noon o'clock, and they just went quiet.
Wow.
And I couldn't help get that feeling and I sat outside paying attention to them, and they kept on getting closer to me, flying over my yard, getting really loud. And I'm like, okay, there's got to be a reason for this. But I couldn't help but get that feeling that there was a message of some sort, so I felt like I needed some help trying to get that. What that message was.
I love that. You came to the right place. I'm an accredited shaman, or shamanista, as we like to say. Crows are very interesting and a slightly complicated symbol, and it's a great question. I'm so glad nobody's ever asked anything like this before, and I'm so happy you did. Interesting thing about crows is they operate as a flock. My teacher of shamanism, his spirit animal was a flock of crows, not just one crow.
Yes.
And they're also incredibly intelligent.
Yes.
There's an ongoing anthropological / bird experiment that's been going on in Seattle, University of Seattle, for 25 years, where volunteers go into this park that has a lot of crows in it. And half of them have white masks and half of them have red masks. And the ones with the white masks are very nice to the crows. They feed them, they say nice things to them. They say, hey, great feathers, looking really dark today. And the ones with the red masks are kind of mean and threatening and to the crows. And it turns out that crows pass on to later generations what they've learned, because later generations of crows who had never seen these masked people before were very happy to see the white masked ones and very scared to see the red masked ones. The crows are incredibly intelligent. They've got an almost human intelligence. And they bring gifts to people they like. So what I think the crows mean, I know it probably felt a little sinister at the time because crows can look a little crowy. But what it means is you're about to be in a situation where your influence is going to expand. You're going to be reaching a lot more people.
I'm gonna be in a situation where,
your influence expands. You reach a lot more people than you're used to.
Okay.
The reason I say that, and it's going to be really unexpected, but you're also going to be asked to use your intelligence, and you have a lot of it, in a strategic way about a situation that's going to come up in the next couple of days. So it might be a slightly difficult situation, but what they're saying is that you have the intuitive and the consciousness smarts to deal with it. Something else crows represent. Oh, that's right. Crows also represent the fact that the people you love who have passed, who are on the other side, are very much with you right now for whatever reason. And I've noticed this in my work that sometimes people show up and they've got like 10 people behind them. Sometimes they have 2. Different people step up for different situations. Different dead people. So it also sounds to me like what they're saying is, you've had a couple of friends pass in the last few years. I'm sorry about that. And you had one pretty important person to pass. And I'm sorry about that too. You're too young to have that happen. So they're trying to tell you that you're protected, you're looked after, and you're really smart. There's an extension of this where they might be saying, it's time to take your intelligence seriously. You have an unusual intelligence. You're both right-brained and left-brained, which means you're both good at conceptualizing and intuiting and sort of abstract, chaotic stuff. You're also good at structure. So interesting. Yeah. Does that feel accurate to you?
It's the type of unusual intelligence that the majority of people like to make you out to seem crazy. That type of intelligence, yes.
Yes. Crazy is a word people use when you're either too smart for them to understand, or you are not fitting into any cookie cutter stereotype that they can instantly be comfortable with. It's a feeling I'm very familiar with.
Yeah.
But it also makes you one of my tribe, so welcome. I love that. All the best people in the world have been considered slightly bonkers at one point or another. You're very far from bonkers, but you do have people are unable to pigeonhole you, and that makes people nervous, especially nowadays. We live in a consumer culture. People like to slap people. People like to know what category something is, and you're in a bunch of categories and none at the same time. You're very creative. You're empathetic. You're not soppy. You're a very good friend, but you also have the ability to get stuff done and to think things through, and that's a very unusual combination. And you really are like that. I think the other thing, extending into the future, the sort of crow thing, they might be telling you to take your intelligence even more seriously. I don't know if you are interested in going back to school or something like that, but to study something that you're interested in, because you're not quite challenged enough right now. Yeah?
No, I'm not. And I don't know where to go. I need more guidance as to what to do with my life right now. I don't know what to do with it.
Because of the kind of intelligence you have, the imposing a structure upon creativity, you'd make a great book editor. You'd make a really good architect. You'd make a really good, let's see, what else? I suddenly can't think of any professions. You would make a very good therapist, because I think people use you for that all the time anyway.
Yeah, they do. It's very draining.
It is. You might as well get paid for it. If you do a little research, and it can be a lot of fun to do research, there are a lot of grants available. Also, do you write or paint? There's some sort of creativity. Okay, there's some sort of creativity there?
And draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, painting and drawing. Sketching, more or less.
Yeah. Well, you're very creative, and you've got an amazing sense of color. I bet you've got a really cool house. You could also become, this is going to sound a little crazy, but you know what feng shui is? It's the ancient Chinese art of kind of managing through furniture placement and colors and stuff like that, managing the energy in your house to maximum sort of fortunate effect. You have a natural affinity for this kind of work. You're very good at sussing out the energy of a space.
Yeah, I got to work on the energies around myself in order to work on stuff like that right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you want to get bad vibes out of your house, I'll tell you what's even better than sage. Sage will sort of say to the bad vibes in your house, would you mind terribly maybe leaving someday, if that would be okay with you? Benzoin, Benzoin, it's a resin. When you burn it, it picks the energies up by the scruff of the neck, curses them out, throws them out through the window with a boot in her ass. You might want to try that, because I think...
It's not in spirit, it's in physical being.
Yeah, you're going to have to start distancing yourself from some of the people in your circle. You've got a couple of great ones, but you got a couple of really toxic people there. So sorry.
Yeah.
So think about... hi, Ashley in Providence. I'll be with you in a minute. What I would do is think about, let me ask you this. What do you do when you're putting off doing something else? That's often, aside from doom scrolling, that's often an indicator of what we like. So when I'm putting
all
off
I do and all I know to do is be a mom.
Oh, well, that's great.
I've been a mom since I was 18.
You have 3 kids?
I have 2. I lost one.
I'm so sorry. Oh, that's the worst thing I can imagine. You're a great mom. You're very present. I'm so used to New York clients, a lot of narcissists, so I'm used to narcissistic moms. You're so not narcissistic. You reflect your kids.
No,
back.
I'm very supportive of their thoughts, feelings, and
individuality,
their wishes, their dreams, their
Yeah. I would like you to think of yourself as your own child for a couple of weeks and start to notice your own individuality, your own strengths, and give yourself the same kind of support and unconditional love. You're very hard on yourself that you give your kids. And I think in the next 2 years, you're going to wind up doing something that is going to be challenging, stimulating, and satisfying. You would also make a very good teacher. You got a natural, I think you've done that in past lives. So you're sort of like, I don't really want to, but you make a very good.
I'm at that point. I've just been a mom for so long. I'm done with kids, really. But
Well, start making it kind of a project. I'll be right with you, Ashley. To kind of explore and find out what you love doing. You have a lot of talents. You've got a very good mind, really good, and I think much better.
That's what I struggle with the most, is because I know I would be great at many things, but I gotta find that one thing.
Pick one thing. You can even pick something that you sort of randomly like. You don't have to commit to it forever, but just picking one thing and doing it. It's sort of like you pick a window to look out of, and if you stay at that window long enough, you'll see the world go by. Pick one thing. And if
I'm kind of in that mindset of like, I'm not getting any younger either,
Yes, I know that mindset. But on the other hand, you're younger today than you'll ever be. So put age off the table. You're actually, from where I sit, you're just a baby in PJs. So I'm old. If you could possibly take some online courses, I think you'd really enjoy finding out how smart you are. Even something like English Lit or philosophy or art appreciation. You have such a good mind. Let me think about this. And if you want to contact me at Perry Lyons on Facebook, PERILYONS. Let me think about
Perry Ryan?
Yep, that's me. Hello.
Yeah, and you're on the group there?
I have a couple of pages, so just reach out to me, and
I can private message. I'll just say hi.
Yeah.
It's Sarah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. And I'll tell you. I'm going to think about what are some good things for you to do, and I'll get back to you. How's that? On me.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, darling. Thank you for calling. I get the coolest people here. Hi, Ashley. Are you still there?
Yes, I am. How are you?
Oh, thank you for being so patient. I'm awesome. How are you?
Good.
So funny. All of my best friends in New York are from Ontario. I still have to figure that out. You guys are so cool. How can I help you?
So I'm not sure if you're a medium. Wanted to see if anybody was around me or just a general reading. There's a lot going on with my sons and myself. So.
I'm sorry, your son and yourself, did you say?
Yeah, both. I have 2 kids and myself. Yeah. There's been a lot going on.
Yes, there has. A lot. Wow. The fact that you're still standing is pretty impressive. What day is your birthday? I like to connect people through their birthdays.
March 2nd.
Oh, you're Pisces too. Rock on with our March selves. Yeah. We're awesome. I love Pisces women. Honey, Pisces women are really strong and really kind of, the Pisces men are very charming, but kind of weak. I don't know what that is. Anyway, let me see. We can do a little mediumship. It's easier if I just open the door. Random people tend to come through. So is there somebody in particular you'd like to reach?
Either my father or my kid's grandmother.
So that would be your partner's mom or?
My ex-partner's mother, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I like her.
Or my father.
Or your father. Your father's kind of, it's interesting. He doesn't like the spotlight very much.
Nope.
Yeah, he's kind of reserved. So he sends you his love. I don't think he's going to come forward. Your grandmother is like, I'll take his place, no problem. But your dad really loves you. He's very much with your children. A lot of guardian angel energy there. Does your son look like or act? One of your sons look like or act like your dad?
My youngest son, who he never, I actually, maybe a month before he passed, I told him I was pregnant. And when he was born, he had the widow's peak like my dad.
Oh my gosh, yeah. They have nice names too. You're good at names. What are your son's names? Do you mind me asking?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said, I like what you named your sons. You gave him really good names, kind of unusual and strong.
My oldest is Christopher. He's a junior. Mm-hmm. And then my second is Cole.
I love the name. Those are great names. I love the name Cole. Excellent names.
Me too. Every single time I say it, I'm like, I love that name. Couldn't fit him more.
Perfect. So your dad sends his love. Your children's grandmother is kind of a pistol. Very opinionated. Hold on a second.
Yes.
See if I've got the right person here. She's a little scoldy because she knows best and she's not shy about letting you know that she kind of does know better than you. But she's also very loving and a lot of fun. She's a lot of fun.
Yes.
Did she make a certain? There's something she made. I don't know if it's a candy or a cookie, like a cookie with M&Ms on it or something. There's something she made for kids that was really yummy.
To make, and my son he's 10 years old. When she passed, he was 4. She used to make breaded chicken. We actually made that tonight for dinner, and he always helps me make it. And then for dessert, she would always make like a strawberry shortcake.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's what I was getting. That sounds great. I'm going to come over for dinner. I can be there in about 6 hours. Kids are so cute when they cook with us. What else is she saying? She says it's her son, right? That was with you?
Yes.
She says
we're not together anymore.
Yeah. She says he was a dope for leaving the partnership. She's actually.
I was a dope?
No, he was a dope, not you. You're not a dope.
Oh, okay.
No. Not a dope. Ne dope pas, as we say in French. It's interesting because you were very good for him. Very good. And I think he had the most sort of stable, happy life that he's had so far when he was with you. But boys, go figure. But it was really funny because she kind of likes you better than him. I mean, she loves him, obviously, but your other son looks very much like his dad. And he's got a little, and he's got a little of that swag too.
So everybody says that.
Yeah. It's so funny. He's like a little man. You know, one of those little boys is like, I'm a little man. Yeah. The other one's I love him. He's delicate and sensitive and he's just such a sweetie. So I get the older one is having more energy and the younger one is being more of a sweetie pie.
Yes.
What else is she saying? Is the older one, she wants him to be on some sort of sports team? Is he good at soccer? What's he good at? Oh my
God.
Yeah.
He's actually going to regionals this weekend for baseball.
Yeah. She loves that.
He's doing unbelievable in baseball.
Yeah, he's got incredible hand-eye coordination. She says that's from her side of the family. She was actually good at games or things like that. I mean, I don't think she got much chance, but I think when she was young, she was pretty athletic.
Yes, absolutely.
She gave up a lot for her marriage. I'm not sure it was a great marriage, just between you and me, but she hung in there.
I believe
she was. Yeah, she's very smart. She's really encouraging to you. So what she's saying, and I've got 60 seconds, so I'm going to talk really fast. A, she's with her kids all the time. B, she really likes you. So you can ask her for help with something. And C, she wants you to, again, I said this with my other caller, you've got really cool intelligence. And she wants you to take your intelligence seriously and take your talent seriously because she says you're very special. And I agree with that. I feel like, I'm not sure if you're working right now, but I feel like it's possible for you to get a job you like better and more suited to you. That's probably next year.
I work in the office, and I actually was looking today. So when I was listening to your last call, you were saying about an online course. I was looking today about online courses and how I wanted to. I work in the office, but I was like, let me look at bartending courses online to get a certification and then learn from there. Okay. So
I love that for you. I've got to go, my angel. Our time is up, but please do that follow up and let me know how you're doing. I'm Perry Lyons on Facebook. All right, sweetheart. Big hug. And that color looks great on you. Love you guys.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Zodiac Zone. 30 minutes of astrological insight with Melissa Mark. Live from MMAstroVibes.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Zodiac Zone on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, welcome to Zodiac Zone, where you're going to get 30 minutes of astrological insight. So a couple things I want to talk about tonight. First, we're going to have a new moon in Leo, along with Mercury retrograde. That's a lot of energy, don't you think? Especially a lot of friends and clients contact me during Mercury retrograde, and they're like, oh my God, what is going to happen with this retrograde? First of all, it's stationed in Leo. So Leo is everything about, it's ruled by the sun, and it's everything about us, how we love, how we show ourselves. So when Mercury retrograde is in Leo, it's really one of those things that we're going to think of, like, why are all the eyes on us? And a lot of people are going to go into their ego. They're going to think with their ego when they normally don't think with their ego. So I would say, watch out for that. And watch out for, it's always about with Mercury communication. And I always tell people to plan ahead, for anything can go wrong, because it's communication. It could be technology issues. And typically there's a 2-week shadow period before and after the retrograde. So I don't know about everybody else, but I've been having problems with technology. I've been, canceled, like trips can get kind of funky as far as travel. So just be very mindful of all these things going on right now with this energy. I mean, here's the thing. I had a very close friend she is buying and selling her house, and she started freaking out. She was like, oh my gosh, this is all happening during the retrograde. What do I do? And here's the way it works. She started the process of looking for a house and selling her house way before the retrograde started. So if you do something like that, it's fine. The contract is already kind of done. It's already finished as far as this is what you want to do. Now you're just kind of going through the motions of buying or selling a house. The thing not to do is to decide during the retrograde, okay, I want to start the process. It's really not about that. It's really about kind of taking a step back and looking at what kind of reviewing what needs to be done. Because a lot of times, like I said, the communication during a retrograde can be kind of funky, and you're not going to necessarily get the communication correct. It could be a problem. So you would just want to make sure that cover all these bases as far as, hey, just take some time, review what you're doing, and then probably start the process after. But if you're during the process, you're going to be okay, so don't listen to all the noise out there and, oh my God, it's a retrograde and the sky is falling. It doesn't work like that in astrology. As far as the new moon in Leo, I think is going to be really amazing. And the reason why I say this is because it's really, Leo is about finding your heart, doing something very heart-centered, doing something that you love, that you feel very, very passionate about. And with this new moon starting on Sunday, this is something where you can find joy in things, find joy in somebody you love, find joy in something that you wanted to do or love, and really go deep with yourself. Where is it that you find joy? Where is it that you're going to be at your highest vibration? And that is really, I believe, what this new moon is about. So what I tell my clients and what I tell people is, here's a time to kind of write out very specifically what you want. We all have this amazing power to manifest. Unfortunately, manifesting has been kind of overused and demonized and made to look kind of stupid and silly, but it's really not. It's a technique that goes back many, many years ago, and it does work. But you have to be very heart-centered. You have to believe in what you're manifesting. It's not like, oh, I just want to win the lottery and I'm going to manifest it. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about deep heart-centered coherence where you feel something and you know that it's going to happen in the best time for you. So what I suggest is to write whatever this is for you down and be very specific. And what you want to do is possibly write it on a piece of paper and fold it towards you, fold it towards your heart, and go outside and put it under like where, the moon can shine on it, and, put it out there to the universe, whatever this is that you desire. I know that I've tried this technique many times, and I was very surprised that, wow, I have this amazing ability to do this. And it's not just me, this is for you as well. So those are some of the things that I wanted to kind of say tonight. I mean, this weekend is going to be really good and really interesting, because at one point you're going to have this confusion, this ego kind of stepping in to, what you're doing. And then at another point, you're going to have to go deep inside who you are and what you're trying to manifest, and also where you're going to be heart-centered and where you're going to feel the best about yourself and love yourself. So that is the key. So those are the things I wanted to share with you tonight. Do I have Brittany?
Yes.
For my
hi.
first. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Did some of that resonate with you tonight, Brittany, as far as really finding your heart and doing, going out and taking advantage of this new moon in Leo?
Yes. Yeah, I think it did. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I suggest you do that. And again, like I said, I was saying, it could feel a little uneasy because we have a Mercury retrograde in Leo as well. So it's kind of like checking our ego and saying, no, that's not what the ego, or that's not what the ego necessarily wants. It's really what your higher self and what you feel kind of drawn to. So anyway, okay. So what I'm going to do now is readings. I'm a vibrational evolutionary astrologer, so I focus really on the sole purpose of why you're here. So when is your birthday, day, month, year?
It is July 16th, 1993.
July 16th, 1993. Okay. And the time you were born?
I think it was in the morning, like maybe 7 a.m., but I'm not quite sure.
Okay. We could try it. And then, so typically what I tell my clients is the time is the most important part of it, because the planets can change houses depending on what degree that they're on. anywhere
Okay.
from 3 minutes to, obviously a PM chart is going to look very different from an AM chart. So, but we can try this. So about
Okay.
7:03 AM.
Yeah, I know that she had like an appointment and she went in like, so it was planned. So I'm pretty sure it was in the morning. So yeah, maybe 7 a.m.
Okay. And the city state.
It was Hagerstown, Maryland.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'm sorry,
Oh,
you said city, state.
Tigersville?
Yeah, Hagerstown. Like Hagerstown, Maryland, Hagerstown.
Hagerstown. Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha. Sounded like Tigers Town. Sorry. Okay. Hagerstown, Maryland. Got it. Okay. Let me just see something. I just like to check this. Let me move myself here. Hang on 2 seconds. Sorry about this. I just wanted to see the elements in your chart. I wanted to see if you had at night, and I pretty much guessed it. Yes, you have 4 planets in air. Okay. So I'm going to talk astrology, and then I'm going to tell you what it means in layman's terms. So your south node is in Gemini in the 11th house. The 11th house is about our hopes and dreams. It's about groups of people, friends. And your north node is in Sagittarius in the 5th house. The 5th house is it's ruled by Leo. Yours is ruled by Sagittarius. It's really about the heart-centered things that we were just talking about, finding your heart, enjoyment in life, children, things like that. So I would say with 4 planets in air, you're a lot in your mind, and especially with that south node in Gemini, where you have probably a lot of scattered thinking. Like sometimes it's very hard for you to concentrate. And I feel like especially probably most likely in a group, you could be very distracted. Like people can distract you.
Yeah.
And, but you have this sense of what to do, like as far as keeping up with the collective, like it's automatically in you. You're very logical, the way you think, the way you act, the way you kind of process things. But in this lifetime, like I said in the beginning of the broadcast here, it's really about finding purpose and doing something that you love, something that's very heart-centered, looking at the big picture of something and saying, wow, this is what this just fills my heart up, and this is what I need to do. Does that resonate with you?
Yes, yeah, it does. I'm like thinking about like my career, and you're saying like things that I love to do, and I'm kind of thinking like, is this what I'm supposed to do? Like with the rest of my life, like, and I am a little scattered brain, like thinking about different kind of things. I kind of should focus more on one thing at a time. But I don't know if I should just, because I'm thinking about a couple of different big changes. I don't know if I should just go for it or kind of stay safe.
Yeah, I think too with the sun, you have the sun in the 12th house. And the sun in the 12th house is very powerful. I feel like that you could probably get a lot out of your dreams. I would definitely recommend that you have some kind of journal by your bedside that you can just kind of like, how when you're in that lucid state of of dreaming where you're kind of awake, but you're not really awake. And you can really deeply remember your journey of that dream. That's when you need to grab the pen and paper and just kind of write it down. And even if it doesn't mean anything, this is where you would really.
I have like the most vivid dreams too. Like they're so real.
Yeah. And I feel like
that
that's really, really going to help you. That's going to help you. And for you to be happy and fulfilled in what you do, it has to be something that you feel very heart-centered about. It can't just be logical. Logical will get you, it will get you where you need to be, but it's not going to fulfill you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Definitely it does.
Yeah, I also feel that with Saturn in the seventh house of partnership, that you have to have a serious partner, somebody that that you feel really wants what you want and really loves you, every part of you. You know, otherwise it's not going to work. I don't know if you're in partnership, but that's.
Yeah, I am actually. We've been together for about 13 years almost, and he is, everything. Like I'm so completely with him. Like we are one, kind of. Like I'm very happy.
Yeah, because that's going to be important to you to really up your vibration, and you're a nurturer. You have your Mercury's in Cancer in the 12th house. Sometimes you're not one to speak up. You kind of you can be a little bit hidden sometimes and kind of but I think it's important for you, especially when you see the big picture of something and you're feeling compelled to speak about something. Do speak up, because I feel like you have a very strong intuition. You're a very positive person. You have Jupiter in the third house, which is a really good place for Jupiter. You always look to the good in things. I don't know. Do you have siblings?
Yes, I do. I have a younger brother, an older sister, and a younger sister. And my mom was a Gemini, and my husband's a Gemini. And my mom was really like upbeat and positive, so that's kind of how I grew up, like upbeat and giddy, and so.
Right. No, I think you have probably do you have a good relationship with your brother?
Yeah, we didn't really talk that much, but now we're starting to really talk and really bond. Me and my younger sister are really we're really close. So yeah.
No, that's awesome. Oh, so that's what I see in your chart. And if you've ever like to go deeper, I'm at mmastroVibes.com. We could do a full chart reading for you. So thank you so much for calling in.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Have a great night.
You too. You too. Thanks.
Bye-bye. Trina?
Yes. How are you?
Hi, Trina. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. So when is your birthday?
12.
Day, month, year. I'm sorry?
December 21st, 1992.
December 21st, 1992?
Yep.
Okay. And what time were you born?
Oh, I do not know.
I'm sorry?
I don't know.
Do you have Do you have an idea, or do you have I could do like an estimate?
No, I don't know. I was born on the 21st.
Okay. I don't wanna, chance it. Definitely the time, like I was telling the other caller and at the beginning of my show, is very important because the planets can move depending on what degree they are. They can move every couple of minutes, and the chart looks very different. If you have, if the chart is an AM to PM, it's a completely different chart. And it really depends on where that, the planets align in the houses. So that's why the time is very, very important. But if you wanted to, you know, go to vital statistics and look for the county that you were born in, what you would typically do is order the long form. Mm-hmm. And that would have your time on it. I actually had to do that for myself and both of my children because I had an approximation, but I didn't know the times that they were born. Oh. So yeah, okay. You could. So yeah, if you want to find that information out, and like I said to the other caller, I do personal readings, and my site is mmastroVibes.com. So if you wanted to call back in with that time.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Have a great night.
Same to you.
Thank you. So anyway, typically I do 2 readings, and just for all the listeners out there, the time is very, very important. I know it's not something that people have, unless they have in, their baby bracelet, or unless for some reason they have their birth certificate. I mean, people have their birth certificate, but if they have it readily available, but the time is everything. So I definitely don't like to do readings without the time. There is a way to do it in the rectification chart. Can't say that word tonight, but it's not something that I regularly like to do. In fact, when I do readings, even off the cuff, or I do various readings in St. Augustine at particular places, I ask people, what is the numbers that you feel? Give me an approximation, but I really prefer that you check it with your birth certificate because it can mean a completely different chart. So that's why, because the planets constantly move and they move around the clock. So depending on what degrees, like I said, the planets are, they can appear in different houses, and those houses mean something different. So you can have a completely different chart. So that's why it's so, so important to have the time when you call in and you want a reading from me, because I like to be as accurate as possible. Some other things that I think are really interesting right now that are going on, and, we have a lot. I think one of the most interesting things that's going on right now is Pluto is currently in Capricorn. It's been in Capricorn since about 2008. Well, it is changing signs to Aquarius, and it is going into Aquarius, I believe, the end of November, and then it stays in Aquarius until 2043. So we're going to see some monumental changes in technology. We're going to see probably AI completely take over certain facets in certain industries. I'm sure everybody's kind of seeing this right now. So it should be interesting with a lot of the things going on in America as far as from a political standpoint, and all of that. So it's going to be kind of, I've been telling people that 2024 is kind of a wild ride, and just expect the unexpected. We might not see things that are going to happen this year. It might be one of those things that we're like, wow, I didn't see that coming. I'm sure that, people that are into politics and into all of this other stuff are seeing that right now. So that's going to continue to happen. I think the energy is going to, kind of slow down a little bit as we get into 2028 to 2030. So it's not going to always feel like this, because I constantly have people say to me, oh my gosh, why is everything so unhinged, and why do I feel like this? So just know that a lot of things are going on. We had in 2022 our first Pluto return. So Pluto returns back to its place in the chart about every 248 years. So it's major shifts in this country, because Pluto means death, destruction, and then transformation. So it's going to bring up to the surface everything that is not right with things, everything that is hidden, everything that is power versus powerlessness. So I just, if ever you get concerned about something, astrology, the beautiful thing about astrology is astrology tells a story with all of this. And I just think that it's a language that I love, that I've been looking into and studying for the last 4 years, but I've been into it my entire life. And I always look to the chart for the answers, not only from a personal and professional aspect, but also from a world aspect, as everything is changing. So I tell people not to be afraid, to look inside themselves and to really find their purpose and passion and what they want to accomplish, why they're here on Earth. And I think it's really important. And that's why I'm going to say once again, go out this Sunday with this new moon in Leo and really find your heart. Find something that you find purpose and passion in, and do something that you love and something that you feel really good about. Because when you're, that is going to put you at your highest vibration. And that's what I wanted to say. And thank you so much for tuning in. And I'm excited about next week's show. And, that's what's going on for this week in Zodiac Zone.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maria Leggett. I'm coming to you live from Dayton, Ohio, and I'm really tired of this humid weather. I don't know if any of you have had to deal with humid weather, but, it's not great on curly hair. Got to look at all whatever. And nor do I like the heat. I'd really like to live somewhere where it was like 60 to 70 degrees all the time. Although I do like snow. Anyway, welcome to the show. I'm so happy to have you guys all here. I want to put a reminder out there that if you would like to receive emails with tips on intuition and discounts to classes and discounts to readings with me, please go to my website, MariaLeggett.com, MariaLeggett. And you can sign up there. If you use the front homepage, there is a free signs and symbols workbook to help you begin to understand your own signs and symbols. This is a great way for you to get a free opportunity, a free gift in order to help you really start to develop your signs and symbols. It's a great way to begin to connect with your spirit guides and find out, why are they leaving me all these 111s? Why are they leaving me a feather? Why are they leaving me all of these things? So I look forward to seeing all of you on my email list. And with that, I want to welcome Trina to the show. Hi, Trina.
Hey, how you doing?
I am doing very well. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Awesome. How may I be of service to you this evening?
I'm supposed to be getting a reading, so hopefully whatever comes to you that you have to say to me, I would like to know.
Awesome. Is there any specific question you might have?
About my job, I do, because I want something different, but I would like I'm looking for another job, but I still want to keep the same job, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just want to do it in a different place.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so I am going to say my prayer real quick, take off my glasses, and we're just going to see what the spirit guides have to say. Are you ready?
Yep.
Awesome. Mother, Father God, thank you very much for this moment in time. Thank you for allowing me to be of service to Trina this evening. As we open the door to communication with the great I Am presence, we know that all words spoken will be with your wisdom, truth, love, and understanding in the highest. In this moment, we ask for the veil to be lifted and any crossover loved one, ancestor, spirit guide, spirit animal, to please come through with messages for Trina in her highest good. Amen. So Trina, they're giving me a symbol, and it's like my shoes are kind of glued to the ground. They're showing me that where you are currently, you're kind of stuck and not able to do what you would like to do in your job. Does that make sense?
Yes.
They're also showing it to me as though you like what you do. You would like to be in a place where you are more respected for what you bring to the table, and that people will actually see you and pay attention to the suggestions that you put out there. Because they're showing it to me as though you would have suggestions, but either a supervisor or somebody over you would say, no, we're just going to do it this way because this is how we've always done it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so it's really important. And you just keep getting this nudge. It's almost like you get this feeling in your gut that's like, oh, I just know this is not the place for me. And so this is Spirit's way of saying, trust your intuition, trust your body, because you are not being fully respected there in the way that you should be. Does that make sense?
Yes.
They're showing me that there are other opportunities, and except that they are, they're showing it to me as though they're maybe not in the same direction. It's like it's a different drive than what you're taking now. Maybe it's a little bit further away or an opposite direction of a way that you would need to go for something else. Does that make sense?
I'm looking for something in different areas because I do want to move and everything, just out of the area.
Yep. So, okay, thank you. They're showing me it is important for you to ask someone else to look at your resume because you're so used to everything that you do, you can't really see how to elaborate on it because you just assume that people would know based on these few sentences. But someone outside of you would say, hey, listen, we can make it sound like this and we can make it sound like that. So it's putting a different spin or a different perspective on your skill set. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And Spirit is showing it to me as though it's also very important for you to value what you bring to the table because you have been kind of squelched in your voice, like taken away in certain circumstances, that it's really hard for you to really speak up and say, hey, this is what I need you to do. This is how I want you to do it. This is what I think is going to help us in the safety area. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Perfect. Oh, thank you. Spirit is showing it to me as though you get like these light bulbs that are popping off while you're working. And so you get all of these amazing, great ideas. And Spirit says, that's us talking to her. So we need her to know that she is in contact with her spirit team and that you are not alone, even though you may feel like you're alone in this arena. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So Spirit is fully supporting you in making the change. And they said, I don't know what 30 has to do with it. So I don't know if it's like 30 miles or 30 minutes, but they're saying 30 away. Does that make sense?
30 away. I don't know what that means either. But I'm in my 30s.
They just keep giving me the number. Oh, okay, thank you. They keep giving me the number 30, and I'm like, I don't understand this.
Yeah.
You are okay. They're showing me the full card in tarot, which means I'm ready for this new beginning. I'm ready to just take this blind leap of faith and make the change. And the change is going to help you to feel less constrained by the situation rather than the situation that you're in right now, where you're not as open as you would like to be. So being able to move and do what you do in a different place is going to provide you with more opportunities and provide you with an opportunity to meet more people and more like-minded people just like you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because they're just showing it to me as though it's really important for you that you have a community, that you have people. You like to be around people. You don't like to feel alone. And that being able to be at a place where people who are like you and laughing with you, because sometimes people may look at you like you don't take things seriously. And that's not it at all. You just like to have fun doing the serious work because why does it have to be boring? Does that make sense?
Yep.
So it is absolutely time for you to start looking, start moving. And they're showing it to me as though you're like ready to do this before Christmas. Like you're ready soon.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of fed up. Yeah.
I don't blame you because they're showing it to me as though you are like moved and in and ready to go, excuse me, by Christmas time. So you'll be settled in and ready to go so that you can just be happy and move forward. And that way you can look at 2025 as, oh my God, I really do have a new start to a new year and I can make this my year. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
They're I don't know if you're in a serious relationship or not, but they're showing me like wedding bells in 25.
No, I'm not. No relationship.
She's like, I don't know about all that.
But I would like to be in a relationship. I just got a lot of stuff going on personally to where I feel like that person had to accept that first before anything. And, you know, I have a lot of standards now, and you have to meet some standards because of what's going on with my health and everything. So if that person don't meet on me, I just don't have time for a lot of BS. You know, is either you do it or you don't. And I'm a person just,
I think that's
beautiful. Say you're going to do something, do it.
That's right. That's a very good way of setting healthy boundaries, and I wish more women understood that. This is what I'm willing to accept, and this is what I am not willing to accept. But Spirit is literally showing it to me. I can see the big poofy white wedding bells that you can put on tables. They're like you can get them at the dollar store. But that's what they're showing me. And so they're just showing me these wedding bells, and that the move is going to help you to shift towards that.
Okay. I'm excited.
Oh, yeah. And the thing is, it's like this great shift of energy for you. It's literally as though you've been wearing like this big, heavy coat filled with all this weight, and you're ready just to throw it off and go, listen, here I am. Let me go do all the things and enjoy life. Does that make sense?
Yep. I just came from Vegas. Yep. So is. Mm-hmm.
I love that. I love that. That's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I am not a health professional by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm getting this, and I'll just share it with you. I don't know when the last time was you had your vitamin levels checked in your blood, but Spirit's literally showing me getting a blood draw done and checking your vitamin levels because something isn't right. And that may help to explain some things that are going on with you. Not a medical professional, not diagnosing. I'm just telling you what I see.
I know what's going on.
Oh, good. I am so glad. I'm like, I don't know about this, Spirit, but they really wanted me to talk to you about that. So you have all of these great, amazing things coming up for you. Just take that leap of faith, Trina, and follow on it, man. Just go do it. Pack up and run.
See, that's the thing. Okay, I want to so bad. I really do. But it's one thing that's really keeping me here is because the health situation thing. I know what's going on with that. I'm on dialysis, so
Yep.
So it's like.
I appreciate you so much, Trina. Thank you so much for being on here. I appreciate you calling in. I hope you have an amazing rest of your evening. And thank you to all of you for watching. I hope you all have a great week, and I will see you in 7 days.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Ravengale Tarot with LJ Ravengale. Live from Ravengale.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Ravengale Tarot on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome, I'm LJ Ravengale Tarot on A1R Psychic Radio. To reach me directly, you can go to ravengale.com. That's RAVENGAYLE.com. We are taking live calls as they queue up, I thought we'd do a 3-card reading from the Sacred Circle Tarot by Anna Franklin and Paul Mason. And in the past position, we have the Star reversed, obstinacy, unable to adapt to current circumstances. In the present position, we have the High Priestess reversed, ignoring the inner voice of wisdom, undervaluing emotion and intuition. And in the future position, we have the Eight of Discs. Life is going to change. What they are currently doing doesn't satisfy anymore. The client has been hearing the whispers that their current lifestyle is unsatisfactory. They have been unwilling to consider any alternative ways of living, and as a result, they have missed some really good opportunities. The Eight of Discs is telling us that change is going to happen whether the client wants it or not. This is a warning for the client to make a choice before the situation dictates an unwelcome outcome. This is the reason why I love doing tarot, is when we get a reading like this, we now have now that we know that this is coming down the pipe, we can certainly make choices and changes so that something else happens. And so this is a really good example of why tarot is so awesome. So it looks like we're still waiting for our caller to queue up. I'll go ahead and pull a card. So the card for the moment is the Page of Swords. Swords is the suit of action, and Page is, when it's not indicating an individual, Page is about the seed, the beginning of an idea. In this case, because it's swords, it's the beginning of action, the awareness of an action necessary to amend the situation. And then the next card that I pulled is the Devil reversed. And the Devil very often is about our addictions and about the things that we do that imprison us. It's really all about the card of what we do to ourselves. And then when you've got it reversed, I see we have Cheryl in Houston. Hello, Cheryl. Welcome. How can I help you today?
Whatever you feel like. No special question. Just.
I am taking questions. Do you have a question for me?
Yeah, sure. Recently, I kind of lost a packet which was with money. So I want to know, was it lost somewhere else or was it lost at home itself?
Oh, okay. So you're wanting to know where the missing money is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a little outside my normal things of doing things. Let's go ahead and see what the tarot has to say. And while I'm shuffling, if you would please, see the color red at the base of your spine. See the color orange in the genitals. See the color yellow in the solar plexus. The color green in the heart center. The color blue in the throat center. The color indigo at the third eye. And the color violet at the top of the crown. And so looking here at the cards themselves, I've got in the past the King of Pentacles with the Six of Cups. And then in the present, I have the Emperor. And then in the future position, I've got the Three of Swords reversed. So with this, I can say that I definitely believe you're going to find the money that you lost. I was doing a chakra link up with you to try and blend our energies together so that I could try and get a sense of what of what might have happened with this money. And what I'm getting a sense of is a box or a container of sorts. And it's someplace dark, like in a drawer, is what I'm picking up there.
Okay.
So hopefully that helps. Would you like a general reading, or do you have a specific question for me outside of looking for the missing money?
General reading is fine.
Okay. Cheryl. General reading for Cheryl. And let's see here. In the past position, I have Temperance. In the present position, I have the Ten of Wands. And in the future position, I have the Devil, which is an interesting card to have. I'm putting down a couple more cards to try and gain a little bit better of okay. So it looks like here recently you've had with Temperance and past. Temperance is about trying to combine things that just don't normally go together, like fire and water. And so that essentially is that you've been having a difficult time with getting things going, with particularly with the Ten of Wands in the present. The image here on the card, I'm going to hold it up to the camera so that you can see it later when they post it on Facebook or on YouTube. But the Ten of Wands has got a man holding 10 wands together, and he's putting a lot of energy to hold them forward. And so you're trying to make things happen because that's what 10 is about. 10 is about manifestation and the completion before the beginning of the next stage. And so you really have been struggling to make things happen. And then in the future, you've got the Devil. And the Devil is about the things that we do that imprison ourselves. So this can be addiction. This can be habits and patterns that we've had all of our life that tend to sabotage us. And so then what is coming up to support you with this, you've got the Two of Cups reversed, the High Priestess reversed, and finally, dear, I have you with the Queen of Swords and the Ten of Pentacles. So in going through these difficulties, you're going to be moving through this period with the Two of Cups reversed, moving through this period of grief and separation. And then with the High Priestess reversed, she is about being able to make choices. And you need to relax a little bit and look outside of the box. And that's where you're going to find your solutions, which are the Ten of Pentacles.
Okay.
Do you have questions on these?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Let's see if we can expand a little bit on. Well, before I do that, do you have another question for me?
No, ma'am. No questions.
Okay, then what I will do is I'll expand on the situation to try and get a better idea of what's going on with that, what is going on with that High Priestess reverse. And I'm putting down several cards here. I've got the Page of Wands reversed with the Seven of Pentacles reversed. And that is about, the page, if he's a person, is going to be a young person, younger than the age of 20. Let me solidify that, see if I can find out more about this page. And I don't believe the page is an individual. I believe it's the circumstances of the situation. And really, you have been with the Seven of Pentacles reversed on top of this Page of Wands. You've been trying to, Wands is the way that your mind works, your thoughts, your creativity. And you've been holding back from taking action, just waiting for inspiration to strike. And I think you may have, if it's time to act anyway, just pick a direction and do it, because inspiration is not going to come. What is behind you is the Eight of Cups reversed. 8 is the number of balance, and cups have to do with your sense of emotional fulfillment. And so you've been insulating yourself from your emotions. And that has, along with that, you've got the Six of Pentacles reversed, and I believe that is That is also in the past position, so I think that is the money that you've misplaced. Moving into the future, you've got Judgment reversed with the Page of Cups and the Three of Wands reversed. So essentially, what's going to happen when you actually make a decision, you're going to be able to step beyond the self-criticism that you've been experiencing, and be able to move forward in actually picking that path that you're looking on. We've only got a couple minutes left, so I'm going to skip to the end here. And in the end, I've got the Two of Cups upright, which is a new relationship with the Ace of Swords, which is also a new beginning, forged with will and discipline. So there are some good things coming up for you here, Cheryl. It's just going to take some time and some decisions and actions on your part to begin to make it happen.
Amen.
Oh, I see.
Thank you.
Now, I do see that now we are hitting the 1 minute mark. Did you have any questions on the Celtic cross that I put down for you?
Yes, I do. I mean, is it going to be a good coming year around for me?
I think that once you get through once you actually start to do something about the situation that you're needing to change, things will begin to come together for you. It's just you need to pick a direction and just go. It's the inspiration isn't going to come from outside. You're going to have to decide it inside.
Okay.
And that is, you're very welcome. Thank you for calling and asking your questions today. Our time together is coming to an end. Thank you for tuning in. For your personal reading, find me at ravengale.com. That's RAVENGAYLE.com. Until we talk again, may you and yours have the best of happiness. With thanks. Blessed be.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psych with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. You're here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast here in Australia. I'm sure plenty of people around the world have been surviving on coffee and donuts over the last few days with the Olympics going on in Paris. I know I've sort of sat up and watched a few things and sort of then regretted it the next day thinking, wow, I'm tired, but you'll have another cup of coffee and everything will be fine with the world. So it's a really exciting time for the world as we come together and celebrate the sporting greats from around the world. That doesn't matter whether they take home a medal. It's the fact that they had the opportunity to be on the world stage, to compete, to form new friendships and really come together in peace. And I think it's a really lovely, lovely time in the world at the moment. Okay, so the Simply Tarot card of the week this week is a happy house. And this invokes childhood memories. Now, for many of us that, you know, we look back at our childhood very fondly and we sort of think that things were simpler in those days and things were easier and the days were longer and we had more fun in the sun and, you know, just life was less complicated. And it probably was in lots of ways when we look back at our childhood memories. And for other people, their childhood wasn't, you know, quite a perfect childhood and they choose to forget it. But for those of us that want to remember our child and look back fondly at the things that happened in our lives that brought us to where we are today, that's this card. It's a time of happiness, of reflection, of, you know, celebration, of enjoying the world. And I think enjoying your part of the world. And I think it's a really apt card to come out this week when we're, you know, at the first week of the Olympics in Paris. And it's a really positive sort of card. I know here in Australia, lots of people have been getting together and having celebrations and parties and whatever, and just celebrating that the world is in peace for the moment and we can come together in a sporting sort of way. So I think it's a really apt card, that the happy house, childhood memories, and hopefully we're all making some more new happy memories, things that we can look back on in a year or two and say, wasn't that a positive, happy time in our lives? I think, you know, life moves so fast and we have so many things that we need to achieve. We don't stop often enough and reflect back on the past and the happy times and the times that got us to where we are today. And that's what I believe this card is all about. So we're going to go right into the astrology section. As I was sort of, you know, looking at where the planets are, I always take a look at the actual chart about half an hour before the show so that I'm right up to the minute of where the planets are placed and how they're affecting everybody. And I thought, isn't it interesting that, you know, there's just still so much going on astrologically. And I've been working with astrology now close on, you know, 45 years, and it still never ceases to amaze me that how, you know, something so far away can have such a direct bearing effect on our lives, and not just mine, but people that I work with and people I don't even know and people that call into the show. And, you know, people send me messages during the week and say, wow, that was right. I couldn't believe it. You know, I went back and watched the show again and that's exactly what you said was happening in my life. And, you know, and I don't even know these people personally. So it still astounds me, even after all these years, how astrology works and how it is a science. It's not somebody's guesswork sitting in the hairdresser's chair getting their hair done, dreaming something up. It is an actual science. It takes a lot of research. It takes a lot of study. It took me a very, very long time to sort of feel competent enough to call myself an astrologer, because it's something that there's just so much to learn and it's very intricate. It's very detailed. And in the early days before computers, when I got into it, just the calculations alone on a chart used to take 6 hours before you got to the fun bit of writing it up and understanding about the person. The mathematics side was, you know, quite daunting. You had to be good at maths, but you also had to be very articulate. These days we've got computers, it's all done in a few seconds, which is wonderful. But when I used to teach it, I used to teach my students how to go back to the basics in case you didn't have a computer or there was no electricity. You had to know to understand the workings of how you get to where you are today. And that's the important part with astrology. So with the sun in Leo at the moment, it's happy birthday to all the Leos. And I know lots of Leos around the world will be strutting their stuff and enjoying their parties and looking for an excuse to be centre stage. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's what, you know, this time of the year is about, is for you to shine, is for you to be in the limelight and sort of really take your bow on centre stage. So it's a really great time. So the sun in Leo, of course, is also bouncing off the other fire signs. It's sort of putting a nice energy over Sagittarius, Aries, and the opposite sign of Aquarius. Everybody's basking in that lovely sort of Leo energy at the moment and sort of really sort of strutting their stuff and enjoying what life has to offer. So staying in Leo, we also have Venus, the planet of love and affection. So it doesn't matter what your star sign is. If you're looking to attract new love in your life, you need to get out and do something different. There's no point in sitting on the couch waiting for love to knock on your door as you go swipe left and swipe right on a dating app. You need to physically get out there and participate in life. Go to things where big crowds go, whether it's a concert in the park, whether it's the zoo, whether it's going to a shopping centre, taking yourself off to a movie, but preferably where people are mingling. People have to have a conversation. People have to sort of start up a conversation with somebody. That's the best place that you'll find new love at this point. I'm not saying that you can't go swipe left and right on a dating app if that's what your thing is, but you've got more chance of meeting somebody that's meaningful if you step outside your comfort zone and get out amongst the crowds at the moment. So we also have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is conjunct or holding hands Mercury. Now, Mercury is the planet of communication. Mercury, though, is in Virgo, so the communication here starts to become quite serious. It becomes practical, logical, down to earth in a communication sense. You know, there's a possibility here that you could meet the love of your life down at the local gym if that's what you enjoy doing, is going and working out at the local gym, because Mercury does govern things like physical health as well. So, it might be a great place to start up a conversation. But I'm also going to suggest to you, if you're already in a relationship and there has been a few tricky areas recently, now is the perfect time to gently sort of bring those issues up, to sort of bring them up with your partner and say, look, darling, we need to sit down, we need to have a chat, a couple of things that have been bothering me. I don't want to start a disagreement, but I think we need to work through them, and work through them in an articulate, calm, very practical, logical sort of way. Don't come in all guns a-blazing. Come in on the softer, gentler sort of side and sort of try and put it in a very practical, logical way that we're looking for a solution together. Not I'm coming in and bashing you over the head with this is what I want, and this is what I'm demanding. No, let's work on this together in a practical, logical sort of way, and maybe then we can find a solution. And sometimes those solutions can be very healing, not just in the relationship, but can also spill over into our physical and emotional health too, regardless of what your star sign is. Because if we remove the stress out of our lives or remove the things that have been weighing us down, that quite often improves our physical health and enables us to move forward and move more freely through life. So we also have Uranus, the planet of the unusual, the unexpected, like the bolt of lightning sort of striking the ground. Uranus has been in Taurus now for quite some time. We'll be still there for a little while yet. So Uranus is creating opportunities. Now, when I'm talking about Taurus, we're talking about Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. Now, Uranus is neither positive or negative. Uranus has the ability to swallow up and become whatever you need it to be. So it can be incredibly positive, or it can be incredibly negative and quite destructive and create things out of nowhere. Now, to give you an example, someone whinging about the job, I hate my job, I hate my job, I hate my job. So you go to work and you get fired. All of a sudden it was the greatest job in the world, but you've sent it out to the universe often enough that you hated your job, that the universe was listening and said, oh, well, they don't want that job, we'll take it away from them. But what you were meaning to say was, I'm not happy with the job at the moment. I've got to find a way around this that I can start to feel more comfortable while I search for another job. Don't just keep sending out, I hate my job, I hate my job, because Uranus will accommodate. It will take the job away from you, and it doesn't matter what your star sign is. So be aware of a little bit of verbal diarrhea. We also have Mars, the planet of action. Now, Mars is the planet that I associate with ego. Now, to me, ego is energy. It's about the thing that makes you get out of bed of a morning that says, okay, bright, positive, all these sort of things. Let's get going. Let's get moving. Now, Mars is in Gemini at the moment. Now, with Mars being in Gemini, it sort of feels comfortable, but it doesn't. It's sort of one of those ambiguous sort of situations because Mars is very high energy, wants to achieve, wants to get the job done. And Gemini can be a little bit fickle. It can sort of dart from one situation to another. Oh, yes, I'm on this track this minute, and then the next minute we're over here and we're doing something else. And, oh, did you see that over there? So, the Gemini energy isn't necessarily consistent with achieving results. It's more sort of like a butterfly flitting from one situation to another, or one bunch of flowers to the next, or the same like a bee, going from one situation to another. But a bee is actually working and gathering honey. Butterflies are just gently touching things. And that's what Gemini reminds me of, is I'm gently touching things. I'm going from one situation to another. Not that that's a bad thing, but sometimes we need to sort of structure that a little bit better, that we gain the results that we need out of that. So we're talking about here with Mars, we're talking about Gemini, Aquarius, and Libra. And we're also talking about the opposite sign of Sagittarius. Now, this week alone, I've noticed a real trend, particularly with Sagittarians I've been working with around the world. A lot of them seem to be going through changes, and a lot of them don't seem to understand why. And all of a sudden they're questioning their ability to be sort of straightforward, tell it as it is, don't ask them a question unless you want the truth. and they're second guessing themselves. And it's, I think, because of all the emphasis of the things that are sitting in Gemini that's opposing the Sagittarian stuff, that's sort of like they're questioning, am I doing the right thing? Have I been too harsh? Have I been too forthright? Have I been too honest? The answer is no, 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 no. You can never be too many of those things. It's just the people that you're dealing with may be a little bit more sensitive, and maybe you need to be aware of that. So still continuing on with Gemini, we have the moon is holding hands with Jupiter, the planet of luck and opportunity, is also holding hands, the part of fortune. Now, these are all sitting in Gemini, so they're all sort of tightly holding hands. It's like playing Ring-a-Ring-a-Rosy together. They're all together. So the moon is the emotional planet. Now, the moon will only stay here for about another 18 hours, so it's got a very short duration of how the moon influences things. But what we need to be aware of here is the moon is the catalyst or the trigger to get us up off the couch, to sort of say, okay, I need to do something more. It's time now to be sort of looking at different opportunities, different ways of doing things. Whether the emotions are triggering something positive or negative is really not the issue. It's the fact that the emotions are being triggered, and it means we're going to get up and take some action. Now, Jupiter is the planet of expansion, opportunity. Jupiter can bring excesses. So when we see Jupiter, we need to be very careful that we're not going to extreme, because, you know, sometimes people can go to extremes. It's nice to have a piece of chocolate cake. It's not so nice to have half the chocolate cake or all the chocolate cake, because then you're going to feel sick and you're going to feel guilty and say, I shouldn't have eaten all that or whatever. But one piece is fine. So you've got to apply that same principle to whatever it is that you're trying to bring in your life, is that you only take what you need. You're not necessarily being greedy and taking it all. You know, there's got to be some left over to share with other people, or for other people to have some good fortune as well. So Jupiter here conjunct the part of fortune is not where we find the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Part of fortune is an Arabian part in the chart, but it's showing us where we can shine. It's showing us where we can really, really sort of gain the most out of our lives at the moment by, you know, really being in tune with ourselves. So again, I come back to that Gemini energy of being a little bit fickle, of darting like a butterfly from one situation to another, and there's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, make sure that you're gathering the knowledge, you're gathering the wisdom that maybe then collectively we can put or corral in one spot and start something new. So it's really an important time. If you're a Gemini, a Libra, or an Aquarian, or a Sagittarian, just look at what the opportunities are around you, because there's loads and loads of opportunities there at the moment that are surrounding us. I mean, you know, for the signs that I haven't sort of really touched on, you know, we haven't really touched on the water signs. There is stuff going on in the water signs at the moment. We've still got Neptune and Saturn sitting in Pisces, which is still sort of flowing over to all the water signs of Cancer and Scorpio, and it's sort of starting to sort of bring more structure, but it's bringing structure to your dreams. So if you look at it in that way, you'll find then that, you know, things are going along at a nice pace behind the scenes. There's not really any great drama or things that are sort of jumping out that you need to be aware of, and that also applies for Virgo there. So everybody's been covered this week in some form or another. It's a very exciting week astrologically, so please don't waste it. We're going to talk with Janine in Green Bay in Wisconsin. Are you there, Janine?
Yes, I'm here.
You have a question I can answer for you, please, Janine?
So I've got a lot of things coming up in my life, and I'm just wondering if there's anything that I should be aware of. Primarily, my daughter's going to have another surgery to correct the surgery that was performed during Mercury retrograde a couple of months ago.
Right.
And I'm just kind of hoping that everything's going to be fine with that.
All right, Janine, first thing is, by different laws in different, you know, counties and states and places around the world, we're not technically able to cover health issues. But what I can do is look at your daughter's operation coming up on an energetic level, which doesn't, you know, cover any sort of legal boundaries there. And I'm going to say this time she's going to be fine. Look, I personally wouldn't have gone in and had surgery under a Mercury retrograde. That's just me. But, you know, like sometimes we can't choose the time that we can have these things. Sometimes they're urgent, or sometimes it's the only time that can be performed. But this time your daughter's going in with a different attitude. She knows what to expect. She's sort of going in with an attitude, well, I'm going to come out of this, and I'm going to come out of this quickly and healthy. And it's not that she didn't go in with the right attitude last time. I think she was so sick last time that there'd been such a build-up to it that by the time she got there, she was exhausted. This time she's going in, feeling a little bit better in herself, and, there's been more nutrition going into her and all these sort of things. So she's going to come out of this one so much easier. Now, coming back to you, Mum, Janine, yes, there is definitely a lot of changes coming up in your life, particularly over the next 6 months. Now, the first thing I want to say to you is we've got to stop and we've got to breathe. I think you've been sort of going so fast that it's sort of almost like you've been gasping to catch your breath. I want to slow that down just marginally. I'm not saying there's anything wrong. I'm just saying we need to sort of take it, hour by hour, not just sort of, keep going at a frenetic pace that we're not stopping to breathe, eat, sleep, and sort of look after yourself a little bit. Let's break it down into more manageable levels. It's interesting because I think some of the things that you've already got mapped out at the moment, that, September I'm going to do this, in October that's happening, in November that's happening, may change slightly. It's not that you're on the wrong path. It's just that I want, as you get to a situation or a change or something that's got to be implemented, look at it again with fresh eyes and make sure that it's exactly as you want it to be. Is there anything there we need to modify, we need to change, maybe need to drop? And by doing that, you'll be able to maneuver your way through the changes quickly and confidently that you've made the best informed choices and decisions as we go along. And that's a good thing. So I want to just sort of say to you, it's time now to sort of really rely on what it is that you believe in. You're a strong person. You've had lots of things that have happened in your life that other people would have keeled over from and said, it's all too hard and I can't do this. And you've kept going, haven't you, Janine? And that's is good that you've been able to come through the other side like you did. And now I think you've got to take a little bit of a bow and sort of, give yourself a packet of gold stars and say, I really have achieved a lot of things. So, moving forward, we need to keep on the same trajectory. Is there a chance of a move of residence coming up, Janine?
We've been discussing it. Recently, I moved to Wisconsin a couple years ago, but now I'm thinking about moving back closer to my kids. So that's a question, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
I'm really kind of wondering.
It wasn't definite, the move, but it was there. It was something that kept coming in front of my eyes to sort of say, well, ask her about, is there a move of residence? Because it was there with a question mark, as if it was something that was going to come up more and more and more for discussion, but it wasn't necessarily, yes, we're moving or no, we're staying put. It was something that keeps coming up.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, and I don't think but I don't even think that you need to even make a decision this year. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, if it comes back up in conversation, yeah, we'll talk about it then, but let's not make it the number one priority. I think there's other things that need to happen first. Would you not agree?
Right. Yes, I agree. So another question that I have is, am I on the right path for what I'm supposed to do in this life?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And that's what I said, keep looking at things, even though you've got things mapped out, when it comes up to the time of implementing that, have another look at it. Look at it through a fresh set of eyes and make sure you're completely happy with the decisions, the choices, the whatevers you're making at that time. It's nice to have long-range plans, but when we get to that part in the queue, we need to reassess it. And by doing that, there may be some tweaking, or you might say that's not important anymore. We'll throw that out the window and we'll bring something else in. And that's okay, because you're very in tune with where you're meant to be and what you're meant to be doing. So unfortunately, Janine, that's where I've got to leave it. I've got to take my next call, but I wish you well, and keep thinking positive thoughts about your daughter and her surgery. I know this time it's going to be a very different experience and she's going to be healthy much quicker.
Yeah, that's what I'm praying for that too. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. Have a great day.
You're very, very welcome, sweetie. Now we're going to talk with Fatima in Winnipeg in Manitoba in Canada. Are you there, sweetie?
Hi, yes.
Hi, do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
Do you know if my cousin will have a baby soon? She's been trying. I don't know if it's,
yeah, that's again one of those sort of tricky areas that we're not supposed to discuss by law. But look, anyway, I can say to you, your cousin, I can see tremendous joy there, and there's going to be more than one. I can see it on 3 occasions, so I'm going to take it from that there's going to be potentially 3 little babies that are going to be added to the family. Not all at once, but, over time there'll be 3 reasons to celebrate.
Maybe she'll have triplets because she's on fertility.
Oh, well, I didn't necessarily show them to me as 3 babies at once. I just showed me, three times what we were going to celebrate. So I wouldn't like to predict triplets. But if that's what happens, I suppose that's God's way, isn't it? But I know she's going to be happy and she's going to be very excited about it. And it's interesting because I feel there's nothing physically or emotionally she could have done any different. You know what I mean? Like, it isn't her fault and it isn't the husband's fault. It just hasn't happened yet, but it will happen, and sometimes it's hard to understand why things take the time that they do when you haven't done anything wrong. All the tests say, yes, it should happen, and nothing happens, and you start to think, human nature says we start to delve deeper and blame ourselves and then get into an emotional spiral, but she needs to leave all that behind. What I'm going to suggest to her is I want her to sort of find a happy song that every morning she puts that on, and that sets up her day for her to be happy. And it doesn't matter what the song is, it's got to be one that makes her happy. I want the energy going into her body from the start of the day to always be positive, happy and uplifting. So if you can share that with her, that will help in the process of, I know they're doing the IVF or whatever, but that will help in the process of keeping her positive. And every time she has a little down moment, she's to take herself back to that song, put it on her phone and play it to herself. And then that'll uplift her, because we need to keep the emotions uplifted. So it's really kind that you rang into the show to find out about her. Is there any little question I can answer for you, sweetie?
Anything you feel I should know for the future that would I should know at this time?
That was showing me around you as you're in a cycle now where there's a lot of change going on. So has there been a lot of change going on this year that you sort of, at the beginning of the year, you thought it was going to be quite a humdrum sort of, not a boring year, but predictable year, and then all of a sudden things have happened out of nowhere and you've had to change course? Because they're still showing me there's a couple of changes yet to come up that, are not necessarily negative but are positive. And one of those is going to be some changes with your job. And I'm not necessarily saying change of company. Is there potentially maybe another position that they could put you into?
Well, I work for myself, so.
Okay. Is there something you're trying to bring in there for yourself, in the business? Is there something you've been working on that you've been slowly working towards trying to bring in?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're saying to me from about October onwards seems to be when that's at its strongest. If you keep working towards it, slowly but surely, and believe in what you're doing, it will all sort of happen. But I feel 2025 is more when the business takes off and grows really fast, that you need to make sure that we've got a very, very rock solid foundation underneath it. So use this, it's not a quiet time, but this quieter period of time to make sure that all your foundations underneath the business are very solid, that, if we got a rapid growth spurt, that you could handle it. What would be your backup plan? Would you need to get somebody in to help you? All these things need to be formulated, even if it's only in your mind, that what you do, that, it'll become automatic. Like something happens, oh, bang, well, we'll put plan A into place or plan B or whatever the case may be. And that's why I want you to get ready for that. So it's a really positive time. And I also sort of feel in October, there may also be something else that's going to cross your path that you'll look at implementing into the business, maybe not in October, but a little bit further down the track, that's also worthy of looking at as well. There's it's a really exciting period because, let's just use this as an example. You sell apples. And you're very comfortable selling apples. You sell half a dozen different types of apples, and all of a sudden someone comes along and says to you, have you thought about oranges? And you think, no, not really. I'm an apple person. Well, it's like, think outside the square a little bit, because there's things that are going to be presented to you that I don't want you to just automatically dismiss and say no. I want you to say, okay, just, present that to me and I'll have a look at it. You don't have to say yes and you don't have to say no, but you can give it the time of day and then decide whether it's for you or whether it's not. Because I think sometimes you just automatically say no because you're busy, and I don't want to see you do that and miss out on some opportunities that could be coming your way. So I hope that's been of help to you, sweetie.
Yeah. Okay.
Good. You're doing very, very well, and good luck to the babies that are coming to your is it your cousin's life? You know, that's wonderful. It's going to be a wonderful, happy family with lots of noise and lots of children.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're very, very welcome. That's where we're going to leave it today. As far as the callers that we're taking on the show always goes very quickly. And I know people sort of, clamour to sort of get a reading from one of the many shows that we have here on the network. But unfortunately, there's only a limited amount of time and only so many people that we can help. But quite often I find too, the messages that we may be sharing with a particular person will also have a flow-on effect to other people. It's like, I could apply that to me, or I could apply that to whoever may be. And it's readings like that sometimes don't just help that one person. They can go right across the airwaves and help many, many, many people, because there's a little message in there for each and every one of us. And it's the same with, watching the television, listening to some music, watching something on YouTube or one of your, favourite programs that you're, listening to a podcast or whatever. There's always a takeaway, or sometimes there's a takeaway there that's a very personal message for you. So this week I want to leave you with a song that I know it's the Olympics and I know it's really amazing, and it was really amazing to see, those two ladies that did the opening ceremony in Paris did an absolutely sensational job. But I'm not going to leave you with their songs. I'm going to leave you with a song that is very, very close to my heart. Here in Australia 24 years ago, we held the Olympics here in Sydney. And from our opening ceremony, we had a beautiful song that was sung by the one and only, or two people, was Olivia Newton-John and John Farnham. And they sang a song called Dare to Dream. Now, Olivia's no longer with us. John's, come through his health scare and come out the other side. But it's still a very beautiful, motivational song. And I think it will go down in history, particularly Olympic history, as one of the most beautiful opening songs of an opening ceremony. So it's called Dare to Dream by Olivia Newton-John and John Farnham. So until next week, enjoy the Olympics, enjoy watching your country, strive for gold. And if they don't win all the gold medals, it's okay, because their country has done you proud. And we look forward to sort of seeing the amazing results from all our athletes around the world. Bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Here we are, coming together for the first time in 2 weeks. For this first time, the second time in 2 weeks. I was on last week, and I'm on again this week. And you see, that's good. That's good. That helps out. Because I haven't done 2 consecutive shows since like February. So I'm glad to be here with you, and I'm shuffling up the cards. And we're going to get going. I was just... All those helicopters outside the window were really annoying because of that construction accident. You may have seen it in the news down where you are. It was such a big accident that it hit the national news because it was potentially deadly. Nobody got killed, much to the disappointment of the news crews who were circling around with helicopters like it was the beginning of Apocalypse Now. And it was just... a horrible way to get the day started, but I managed to get a little sleep. And here I am with you. And we're ready to go. We're ready to look at the tarot cards. We're ready to see what's going on behind the magical window. We look through the magical window, actually. It's behind the curtain, the veil, the magical veil. Let's see, what do we got here? Let's see. We have, I want to pull a card out, because a lot of bizarre stuff is happening in the country. I wanted to pull a card out to see what we could do that would show the aura around the nation. Okay, that's good. It's the 10 of Cups. That's happiness and joy. So things are going to be okay. See, now, remember that, because like I told you about the news industry many times, their whole job is to depress you. Their whole job is to scare you and depress you. That's how they get viewers. That's what they do. They frighten you. And you can see all that at work constantly. But the card that I got here is a card of happiness and joy and a good, solid home, which is saying don't let outsiders, meaning people who are paid to do this, hurt you. Don't let them do that, because they have a vested interest in it. I spent an awful lot of time among news people. I worked with them. I've worked for them. I've worked around them. I used to go to bars where they went. I know them. And let me tell you something. They're not your friends. I mean, seriously, they're not. They want to come on smiley and happy and all, but they're not the friends of the people, let's put it that way, because their whole job is to scare you. Now, remember, there was a time when people in the news business wanted to get stories and become famous reporters like Woodward and Bernstein. But now people are just interested in getting ahead in the news business, which means getting higher ratings than anybody else and getting the next big job. And that takes a lot of scheming and planning, and then the next thing you know, you're fired. Look at all the people being fired from certain cable networks. More than one cable network is just giving people the axe, because that's the way it goes. If they're not doing the job that they're meant to do, which is scare the bejabbers out of you, then forget it. Whenever I see people who are really in a state of anxiety and fear, and it's because of something that's going on in the world, I try to talk to them and say that this is not normal. For instance, take this crane that exploded and led to all these helicopters flying around all day in front of my window. That's not normal. But they were doing it in case something cataclysmic happened. I mean, cataclysmic beyond a 30-story crane, construction crane blowing up, and the arm falling off and smashing into a building next to it. That wasn't cataclysmic enough. So they had to wait around to see if it went nuclear. I don't know what the heck they wanted. But they're always looking for disaster. If it bleeds, it leads. That's the credo in TV news business, and that's all you need to know. If I said this I used to say this all the time to people, don't be too worried about things, because 6 months from now, you're going to be really upset about something you never even heard of yet. And that's how they work. They just keep people in a state of agony. I would hope that you could take a look at this book that I talk about constantly, and I'm always mailing out copies of it. It's called Unmasking Fear. Take a look at that at Amazon, or take a look at that at mojoacademy.org. Unmasking Fear. Okay? This is a book that's old. And it was right on the money. It was actually invented. It was written before the invention of mass media, 1919. Now, why is a book from 1919 relevant in 2023? I explained that in the introduction I wrote to the new volume of it. I wrote 2 introductions, actually. So, and explain why it's relevant today. But I'll give you a secret as to why it's relevant. Anybody who's a fan of history and a real student of history knows people do not change. Society doesn't change. We're always the same. We may have different machines, but we're the same. This is why, I knew a woman who was like maybe in her 70s, and she always greeted every new cataclysm with a wry smile. When she passed away, we found out that she was like 95. Yeah. And then I realized, of course, she's seen everything before. That's why she smiles that way. She was wonderful. She just, nobody realized how old she was until she died, and it was in her obituary. And she was well over 95. I think she was like 96 or 7. And that's, and so whenever people would come at her with, oh, this horrible thing is happening, blah, blah, she would just kind of smile and say, oh, that's terrible. That's really bad. But I'm sure, she saw it all. She'd been there, done that, is something real. And that's what you get with age. They say you get wisdom with age. I think you just get boredom with age. You can't surprise people anymore. They've seen it all. They've been there and done that. Well, speaking of been there and done that, what we're going to been there and do is going to go there and do some tarot readings tonight so that we can see what's going on in your life. I am going to ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And we'll pull back the curtain on the magical window for Dee in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Hi, Dee. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
I'm good, thank you.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
There was a slight lag there. Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Gee, I can't remember the name of it now. There was a story that Damon... Yeah, but there was a story that Damon Runyon wrote, the guy who created Guys and Dolls, that takes place in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And I think it might have been called The 3 Wise Guys. I really don't remember. But it was one of those kind of sappy maudlin things that only Damon Runyon could write, that could get a rock to cry, You want to read something? The Little Miss Marker has been made into a movie 2 times, but if you read that story and you're not crying by the end of it, ooh. Same for a story called Little Pinks. That was made into a movie with Henry Fonda and Lucille Ball. So every time I see Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, I remember Damon Runyon. Wow. So what can I look at for you tonight?
Love, anything general, anything, whatever you think I should know. How about that?
Okay, let me just see. Have you had an unfortunate experience lately?
Yes.
Okay, because I've got a card here that's the 5 of Cups, and that is about partial loss. That means something happened and you lost something, but it's not as big a loss as, it hurts more than it was, if you know what I mean, which is not a problem.
It was a marriage separation.
Because what I've got here is this thing shows a person looking at 3 spilled cups, and behind her are 2 full cups. And what the card is saying is that yes, you lost some, but you didn't lose everything. That you still have some more. Right now, the person in the card is looking at the loss. The person is preoccupied with the loss. And we'll soon turn around. What's implied in the card is that you'll turn around and see that you didn't lose as much as you thought you did. But that's not to say, snap out of it. You'll get there when the time is right for you. Having been in that position myself, I know that it takes time. And I'm not one of those people who believes in saying, "Oh, cheer up," especially the kind of, well, it was a blessing in disguise, which really means you got shafted, Now, let me tell you this, because along with that card, I have the 5 of Cups and the 5 of Swords. 5s are really severe in tarot. That's why I figured something bad had happened recently. The 5 of Swords is about somebody who was not being very honest, somebody was manipulative, was lying about you, was spreading rumors, all kinds of stuff. So is that what was going on? Someone you couldn't trust?
That was my husband.
Yeah, well, that's there. Now, let me tell you, I love this about the cards, because the next card is the World, and that's the card of assured success. That's the card that means you're going to be fine. After that is the 6 of Rods, which is a card of triumph. After that is Temperance, which means balance will return to your life. So you'll be okay.
Good.
You really were treated badly. This is something that bothers a lot of people. Was it my fault? What did I do? And sometimes they just would like some confirmation about what happened. And according to this, you were very badly treated. So if that's how you feel, the cards feel that way too.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah. Well, it was.
So how long ago did this happen? It's fairly recently, right?
This was recent. Yeah, this was March.
Oh, yeah.
The end of March.
Yeah, that's pretty recent, and it's stressful and it's painful, and but the main thing is these cards show that you're gonna come out of this fine, and your balance will be restored in your life. And in fact, there's an indication here. Look, here's the Sun, which is a card of health and growth and happiness and joy. Now, after that is the Knight of Cups. And cups are emotions generally relating to love, and that means that romance will be coming into your life again.
Wonderful.
Okay, so just, as much time as you need, because there's no way of saying, snap out of it, get over it. You'll deal with it when you can. The beauty of that card, the 5 of Cups, is that right now the person is focused on the sad part, but will eventually turn around and see all the good stuff that's left over in her life. So you'll get there bit by bit, and these cards show a very happy, I don't want to say ending, because that's this is why I never say to people, did you hear I always say, did you hear my most recent show? I never say, did you hear my last show, because then I get the feeling that I'm gonna die. It's my last show.
Right.
I'm seeing a wonderful outcome. I have to get used to saying not ending but outcome. But yes. But right now, there's still pain, because I see the 3 of Swords, which is a heart pierced by swords. But that's followed by the Judgment card, which is about rebirth and regrowth, and you're going to get everything you deserve. The main thing is the outcome is good, and there's verification that you were treated very badly.
Right.
Because I know there comes a point when people start saying, what did I do wrong? Except unless you're one of those people who's never at fault. Boy, those are great people to be around.
Oh, no. You find yourself evaluating. Yeah, you find yourself looking back and saying, what did I do? Could I have done something better?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I knew. Sometimes going into it. I used to joke about a marriage that I was in very, very, very briefly, that when the minister said, do you promise to love this person till forsaking all others until death do you part, that I looked at him and said, could you repeat that last piece again? But I mean, I've known people who never should have gotten married, who got married, and of course it didn't work out. I mean, I'm talking about people who were not speaking to each other on their when they were married, and they thought that maybe the marriage would help them grow together, which of course it didn't. But the main thing is, here's that. Whoa! Look. Once again, I got the 5 of Swords, which is a person who is distrustful, dishonest, all the whole 9 yards. But next to that, I got the card of the Devil. Now, the interesting thing about the Devil card is the Devil can be a very attractive person. The Devil can be a very compelling person, and you can get things around a person like that, but they use you and discard you, and they treat you terribly, and they, the Devil card is a big warning. So, it's the old line, you're better off.
That's interesting that came up, because he called me tonight and wants to get back together. and that's ridiculous. So you hit it on the head. You nailed it. Very much.
That's the kind of thing. I mean, I do see, like, here's the Lover's card. Now, the Lover's card is fascinating in that movies have led people to believe that the Lover card means that there's a romance coming. The Lover's card actually means that you're going to be facing a choice between generally the sacred and the profane. But you are facing a choice, and you'll make that choice. And you'll do well with it. The Empress is a card here that represents you. The Empress is a person who can make things happen, make things grow, who is very imaginative and creative, and the implication is fertility, but not necessarily in a reproductive kind of way. It's here's the Ace of Cups too. That reinforces good times are coming back to you. So this is really This is relatively new. So hang in there. And see what happens. But all the cards are good for you. All of them are excellent for you. Okay.
My pleasure. Thank you so very much.
I will light a candle for you, a white candle, to send positive energy your way. Now let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, the sporadic show that is finally on 2 weeks in a row. And I'm looking forward to more. I have no intention of skipping shows because if only the thing I couldn't do when I was very sick was I couldn't talk. It took my voice away. And I get such an energy boost doing this show that I think that if I could have done the show, as sick as I was, if I could talk, that I would have healed a lot faster. Because there's positive energy there. And I'm a big exponent of positive energy. And I was denied that because of that's what I sounded like. It sounded terrible. I'm still a bit hoarse. Anyway, Jeanette in Hampton, Virginia is next. Jeanette.
Oh.
Hi, sorry to mispronounce your name. Jeanette.
No worries.
Hi, how are you doing tonight?
Doing well. Just had 2 quick questions for you. Maybe you can help me out with.
Sure, we can take time too. You don't have to be quick.
Okay, so I've been trying to manifest like a best friend husband. Mm-hmm. I've been trying to do different manifestation techniques, going out a lot more. Just curious what you see in the future for that.
Okay, now remember, there's a practical aspect to this too. Are you going out among people and meeting people and doing things like that?
Yes, I have been going out at least a few days a week recently.
Okay, because, there's an old joke about a guy who wants to win the lottery, and he prays fervently prays to win the lottery, and nothing happens. He finally gets disgusted, and he curses out God for not answering his prayer, and a cloud appears, and a voice comes out and says, "Why don't you buy a ticket?" So... Just to say that, magical stuff is good and manifestation is truly good. I spoke about this last week, is that in the 1970s, I did a study. I actually contacted many very successful people in their field. Some were even in buildings. But, wait a minute, I can't do a gag like that. The one, I wanted to talk to them about success. And the one thing they all had in common was that for years before they had attained their success, they saw themselves in that position. They could picture themselves in that position. So when The Secret came along, what was that, in the 90s or so, I was prepared. I knew that was what was going on. Because and it makes sense. You're not going to get something if you don't visualize it, because then how are you going to know you got it, right?
Right.
I knew a person one time. I don't want to get into anything that would describe this person, but he or she, shall we say, had more breaks, had more things happen than anyone I ever knew. Had jobs that some people would kill for, and just kept walking away from them. Didn't think that it was the right thing. It was flabbergasting to me that this person had so many career options and just spit on all of them with disdain. And then years later, as an older person, wondered why nothing ever happened in life. So, The thing is to visualize it and to know it when it's there and then to go out and see about getting it. So let's see what the cards show for you. How's that? About romance, right?
Sounds good. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Well, the first card I've got is the Star. That's a card of hope and optimism. So that's good. That's very good. The next card I have is the 10 of Cups. That means it's that's a happy home. That's a very, very, very good sign here because, you know, it involves family and living with someone and as a family unit. The Six of Swords is here. That's very good. The Six of Swords is about a person who gets from where she wants to be, gets from where she is to where she wants to be through her own efforts. So, yeah, that's there too. Now, here we go. The Two of Cups tells me that there's romance coming your way. The Two of Cups is a very good card for that. It means it's happening soon. Now, here's one of my favorite cards when this question arises. Notice that you're getting cups here. I've got 5 cards here. 3 of them are cups. So you asked about affairs of the heart, and this is what the cards are giving you. They're giving you cups. The Four of Cups is a person that tells me that there's somebody around you now who is interested in you, but hasn't shown it yet. So keep an eye out. See if there's somebody that you can spot around you. Because it shows a person looking at 3 cups who doesn't see that there's another hand coming out of a cloud offering another cup. So that generally means something that's there that you don't see yet. So, but it's not your fault. I don't think this person wants you to see it yet. But you may, if you're aware that that's happening, you may notice it. The 3 of Cups tells me, see again, cups. Boy, this is great. That the chances are pretty good that you're going to meet somebody through people you know.
Okay.
But these are all positive cards. These are all cards that have a good outcome and a good outlook. So I think you're on the right track for finding romance. Is there anything else to look at? What else was there?
Yeah, just wanted to see if there was any messages my spirit guides had for me, just in any subject.
Messages. Okay, let's see what we've got. Okay. Boy, these look like this is definite. These 2 cards are definite. They go together. The Queen of Swords and Strength. The message of these is take command of your thoughts and be strong about it. The Queen of Swords represent mental. Sometimes it represents conflict, but you'd have to see that by the other cards around you. The Queen of Swords is somebody who's developing new ways of thinking, and it's starting to show. Your mind is expanding and it's growing. And Strength card shows that you need to be. I got another card here that you're going to love. Boy, I'm telling you, this is a message because I got 4 cards here, and they're all major cards. There's only like 22 major cards in the deck here. So the Strength card shows that you've got the strength to do this. Now the Death card is here, and that's nothing to be afraid of. That means you're entering a new period of your life. One phase of your life is ending and another one is beginning. And we say that because there's a sunrise in that card. So it's not about predicting death, which cards don't generally do. If they do it, it's very clear. One of the reasons the cards don't do that is that that's what lies down the path for all of us anyway. But this is followed now by Judgment, which is telling me, the Death and Judgment card telling me that you're going to experience a rebirth of who you are. And it's going to be very good. And you're looking for a new way of living, and you're going to get it because you're strong and your mind is growing. So one phase of your life is ending and another one is beginning, and that new beginning is going to be a game changer. Okay, so this is very good. This is very exciting times then for you. You're growing and you're changing. You're growing emotionally and physically and spiritually, all of that. It's all there. Okay, so
yeah.
It takes strength to go through that, but the message is be strong. That's what the Strength card is. I definitely, since all of these cards were major cards, I definitely take that as a message from a guide. Okay?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Well, my pleasure, because that's a wonderful, life-changing reading. And hang on one second. I want to pull one more card to just see the overall. Okay, here it is. That's great. The eight of cups. The 8 of cups is about a person who is walking away from things in life that aren't working and walking towards things that are working. So you're changing. You're changing for the better, and that's good. You're going to love it. Okay.
Yes, I have been on vacation for a month now, and I've been doing so much healing and so much growth spiritually and physically. I mean, I've been losing weight, and it's just the reading is totally accurate.
Great, you feel it, don't you? It's growing inside you. That you're blossoming in a new way. Some people get scared to death of that, but I see you're not just welcoming it, you're asking for it, and you're managing it, and it's good, and I applaud you. So if you can drop me a line anytime, and we can take a look at a few more cards if you'd like. My email is asktarot@earthlink.net, and you can also find me through ask1radio.com, or just do a Google search for Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and you can contact me. Okay.
Sounds good. Yeah, the street card. I'm a Leo, so I'm not surprised that came out.
Yeah, okay, it looks good. Thanks a lot for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And we'll shuffle the cards up again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the show that asks the metaphysical question, is this guy going to show up next week? And yes. Yes, I will. I make it my business to show up next week. Like I said, I was in a rotten mood today because helicopters woke me up and didn't let me get any sleep. But we transcend that. You see, if only I had had my voice while I was sick, I could have gotten so much positive energy. Elaine, right here in New York City is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, how are you tonight, Elaine?
I'm all right.
Well, let's see if we can make that a little better. Okay? What can I look at for you?
Basically just thinking about my romantic life and I guess health.
Okay, well, the romantic life, I can give you a quick answer to that because this is a card I just had for somebody else too, but there's a little bit more to it now. It's the 2 of Cups, and that generally indicates a new relationship coming your way. If you're in a relationship, it can also indicate the relationship reaching a new level, but something new is coming. It's going to be very fulfilling because you have the 9 of Cups, which is a card of a person enjoying the sensual things in life, just deep, deep pleasures on all levels. And then the Ace of Cups is here, which is the beginning of romance. So these cards all indicate something good is coming your way. And soon. Okay. And your health, you said?
Yeah, I guess long-term health, if I'm doing the right things and stuff like that.
Okay, I'll take a look. Of course, if you have any concerns, see a health professional. I'm duty-bound to say that. I'm up to my earlobes in doctors, but let's see. The funny thing is, I haven't been able to get near a doctor since I was sick. So, it's funny, nowadays they don't want you to come to the office if you're not well. That's beautiful, right?
Exactly. It's like you kind of monitor yourself.
That's kind of crazy, though. That's when you need them. Let's see. What have I got here? Well, I've got all kinds of happy cards here. I don't see any speed bumps in your future here. I've got the 10 of Cups, which is perfected happiness here. I've got the Magician, which is a person who can draw spiritual power down to earth and use it here. I've got the 6 of Rods, which is great success. I've got Temperance, which says that you're living a life that's well balanced. No, nothing wrong here at all that I see. Nothing at all.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure I was going down. I've been doing a lot of changes in my life, so for the better, in terms of health, eating right and stuff like that.
Well, according to this, you're handling it well, according to this. So let's see if I can get anything else on that. Now here's the Knight of Cups again, and that's again about a new relationship. Ace of Rods is here. Are you starting a new work procedure, new job, new career, work procedure? What the heck does that mean? You know, it usually indicates a new job, new career. The rods are about work and career, and the aces are something new. So if you're thinking of doing something new, there's some opportunities which will be coming your way.
Oh, okay.
It's worth keeping in mind. So, everything else is happy here, like the Four of Rods, that's again happiness. There's the Ace of Swords, a new way of thinking. Is your mind is, you've already said that, though, that you're making changes. That's the Ace of Swords. There's the Sun, which is healing and health and growth. No, I see no speed bumps in your immediate future here. It's looking good.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else?
Yep. No, just wondering if there was any other guides or anyone close to me sending any message or anything that they can share with me.
Okay. Let's see what we've got. Once again, I'm getting major cards. Every time somebody asks me this, I just get major cards to them, so that's good. The World, which is a card that's assured success, so it's saying don't stress yourself, you're going to succeed. Temperance again, there's going to be balance. And the High Priestess, which is an excellent card. That means you have spiritual powers that, you can transcend this world and the next, which it's a very good card. You had the Magician before, so you see, this is the...
Yeah, it reminds me of my brother. Yeah, well, that's something that he's
everything's going to be okay. You're on a good path and things are working well. So it's disgustingly positive. It's all filled with positive. And there is here's the Hermit. That's about a guide. You asked about a spiritual guide. That's what this card is. It's about a guide. So that's like saying, and by the way, I'm the guide. What the cards are saying here. So I think you hit the right person here through me and the cards, but they're your cards. But yes, this is getting the Hermit card at the end, which shows a person holding a light to show you the way. So this is good. That is a message from a guide. It's all major cards, which is the way it goes when I do readings like that. And you're going to be very successful. And part of it is accessing the mystical side that you have. Do you use that side a lot?
I don't. I know about it, and I know that I could use it, and if I, get a little stronger and learn more about it. But I'm aware of it.
What would you like to learn? Maybe I can point you in the right direction.
Just kind of how to hone in on things. I have a lot of instincts, and some people would say, gut feelings and stuff like that. But I'm always aware of those things, and that's what I try to follow. But
that's a very good sign. And I tell you, the thing is, there's a book that I talk about a lot, because it's one of my favorite books ever. It's written in the 1930s. And the people who republished it wanted me to do the introduction, and I read the book and I said, you don't need me to write a word here. This thing is perfect. It's called Hunches. And that's what it's about. It's about the fact that so many people are intuitive and they have feelings and that things work out, but they don't know what to do with that or how to do it. And if you can find the book at mojoacademy.org or amazon.com if you want to go directly there. Mojoacademy.org will tell you how to get it for a little bit less. Amazon, it's charged a little bit more. But it's by Lloyd Kenyon Jones, who was a prolific writer of the 20s and 30s. And it's the best book I ever read on psychic abilities, which ones there are, how to recognize them, and how to develop them. This is just something to keep in mind. Great. It's not, and I'm always hesitant to do this because I don't like to do a sales pitch, but it is definitely, I'm almost evangelical about this book because it's marvelous. It's called Hunches, and this is what you described, that the intuitiveness, the feelings. I mean, I've had the same thing happen to me over the years. I remember my wife was casting a film, and she found a guy who was just the right person to play the part. And when it was over, I said, he's not going to come back. You better prepare. He said, no, he's going to do it. He isn't going to do the part. I could just feel it. And so she got a backup ready, and he didn't show up. So, sometimes we there's a thing, and it happens, and we get these vibes.
Right.
And the question is, how do you control that? Because you don't want that on all the time either. You want to be able to turn that off. It's like, could you imagine?
Or not just control it, but kind of like believe in yourself to understand those feelings.
Yes,
say, okay.
To listen to that voice.
To not be doubtful of yourself. Right.
Yeah. Just because the world is so full of coincidences that it's unbelievable, and it's. The world is smaller than we think, and I strongly, and for the people listening, if you think that if this resonates with you, what you're listening to now, if you've had these kind of feelings, and a lot of people do, and especially people who listen to this show because you're interested in this kind of stuff, check out the book Hunches. That's all I can say is that it's a wonderful, wonderful book that will help you develop these powers. It's got a dream book inside of it too. Those things fell out of favor years ago, but it tells what various dreams mean. So, but mostly it's about clairvoyance, clairaudience, hunches, that kind of thing.
Okay.
So check it out. I think you'll benefit from it. But you're doing well. You're on a good path.
All right.
Okay. Thanks for calling.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Bye-bye. And let's shuffle the cards. And you're listening again, Reverend Elliott's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network. We've been doing this for over 10 years now. That's amazing. I've got a backlog of hundreds and hundreds of shows. And I stopped numbering them here in my files. I'm going to have to do that. I have to spend an afternoon and do that. I became very lazy and very, what's the word I'm looking for? Lazy. That's the word I'm looking for. Lazy. I've become contemplative. No, I've become lazy, I like to joke that in an earlier marriage, one of the big complaints that my spouse had was that I procrastinate. And I got very angry when I looked that word up 2 weeks later. One more time. Anyway, Patsy in New Orleans is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi.
Hi, Patsy. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. How is New Orleans?
Hot.
I've never gotten down to New Orleans. I always wanted to. I have in my collection, I have a signed album by Sweet Emma, which I know she signed lots of them, but I managed to hang on to one, and I've got it. And I listen to it once in a while when I dust off the vinyl. But it makes me want to go there.
I'm actually in Lacombe, Louisiana, which is only 30 minutes from New Orleans.
Oh boy, what I wouldn't give, huh? Well, I guess because I live in a tourist neighborhood, so I know what it's like. So I don't know how the tourists are in New Orleans, but I know what they're like here.
Yeah.
And I'm not too thrilled with them, and I don't want to be one.
No.
To me, the tourists are the people who stand five abreast on the streets in the sidewalk of New York and block everybody while they look up at the buildings. But at least they come here and they enjoy New York. And I live in what's essentially the theater district.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Wow. I always wanted to go to New York.
Well, catch it before it's gone. It's changing.
Oh, wow. Really?
It's getting mallized. It's getting to be like a mall. But we do have the Broadway Theater is still hanging on in there, even though it costs a fortune to go see. But we still have lots of little attractions. The old New York is here. I mean, complaining about New York changing is a very New York thing to do. I mean, I've seen books from the 1950s. The early 50s with Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg whining about how Greenwich Village is dead. It keeps going. But we managed to stay here. So what can we look at for you tonight? What can the cards show you?
Well, I had two questions. My mother, she passed away when I was 20.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm 60 now. I'll be 60 tomorrow. But anyway, I never get a sign. I mean, I don't ever feel her, you know. And so I was just wondering if she's around, if she shows me anything or has a message for me. And then I also have a son that has autism. Oh. And, you know, I'm getting up in age, and I'm just wondering if he's going to be okay after I pass on.
Let's see if there's a message from your mom. How's that?
Okay.
Because there's very definite signs I look for in a reading of afterlife reading to see if we're getting anything. And that involves one of several cards, like the death card or the high priestess card or judgment. So let's just see. So far I haven't gotten anything.
No.
No, I'm not getting anything at all. Let's take a look at your son, and then we'll go back to that, okay?
Okay.
Maybe that's a higher priority for you right now. This is what's blocking it. Okay. I'm seeing that there's provisions that you're making, that there will be. I'm getting cards of money. It's a sad situation, first of all. That's the Three of Swords, which is, you know, that a heart pierced with swords. Then I have the Six of Coins and the Four of Coins, and these indicate money. And then that's followed by the Sun, which is health and healing and happiness and growth. The World, which is a card of success, assured success. So that's telling me that, that he'll be taken care of. That there seems to be a fund, and there seems to be methods that'll come up that will help. Let's just see if we can get anything. And listen, let me tell you, this is not normal for me, because I never have not had this work with an afterlife reading. But you did start by saying that you never hear anything and you never feel it, you know, so let's see if we can do something. If I don't get anything now, you can contact me off the air. Okay. My email is asktaro@earthlink.net. You can find me through askoneradio.com. There's all kinds of ways to get me. And at no charge, I'll try it again. How's that?
Okay.
Because we might want to just discuss a few things in a more positive way and see if we can do it.
Okay.
But no, see, I'm not getting any of the cards that I usually get that indicate a past life reading at all.
Okay.
So if you can try another time with me or here, if you can get through, or just drop me an email and we'll arrange to do something that way. Okay. And no charge. Okay. This is not like sneaking a job out of you. You know, this is we could do it by phone. The email is asktaro, ASKTAROT, one word, at earthlink.net. That's a nice old email.
Oh, okay. Okay, I appreciate that.
And we'll either do it by email or we'll do it over the phone, you know, and I'll call, you know, it won't cost you anything. And because this has never failed, but I have a feeling that you were not expecting anything, and that expectation is what's getting in the way. Okay?
Yeah.
So we'll take care of it if you want to, all right?
Okay, I appreciate it.
I hope to hear from you.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye. Thank you. Bye-bye now. And we'll shuffle up the cards. Jennifer in Minnesota is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you tonight, Jennifer?
I'm okay.
Well, maybe we can make that better. What can I look at for you?
I'm just kind of looking into, I'm having relationship problems.
Mm-hmm.
Where that's headed or what direction I should take.
Okay, let's see. 99 times out of 100, people ask me that they know what they want to do. You know what I mean? see what I'm getting. Is this a new relationship?
No.
Okay, because
No.
I got a card here, which is the Page of Cups, which is about a new relationship. And that could either mean a new relationship or the relationship you're in reaching a new level. Unfortunately, the next card is a card of unhappiness, great sorrow, the Three of Swords, which, it doesn't get more sorrowful than that. It shows a heart pierced by swords and it's crying. So there's a very serious situation here, right?
Right.
Well, the Knight of Cups is about usually it means a new relationship too. That's like the Page of Cups. That's why I'm confused here about this. Here's another one, which is the Two of Cups. And then notice you ask about relationship and you're getting cards that are cups, and that's good. That means that the cards are listening to you. But they're pointing the way to something new coming into your life. The Page of Cups, the Knight of Cups, the Two of Cups is about a new romance. Here's the Queen of Cups, that it's something that you'll take in. And here's the Ten of Cups, which shows happiness. I mean, this is very odd, I mean, I think what you're thinking about is leaving, right?
Right.
Yeah, well, this is just showing that there's a lot of good stuff romantically in your future. But this is not the kind of decision that you want cards to make for you. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it's a heavy thing here. But here's the Nine of Cups. That's about a very sensual relationship. But it's cups again. It's cups. It's cups. Cups. Every time I get a card here for you, it's cups. It's telling me that the page and the knight, they're telling me that there's something new coming your way.
Okay.
So, I can't, barely knowing you or the situation, I certainly can't advise you, but you keep an eye out, because here's the Nine of Swords. It's a very sorrowful situation right now, right? You're not happy.
Right. Right.
That's like the Nine of Swords and the Three of Swords are truly unhappy. But yet other cards indicating the future are happy, and they all center around romance. Like the Nine of Cups I was telling you about, or the Ace of Cups and the Knight of Cups and the Page of Cups. These are all, I'm just seeing happiness romantically in your future. How you get there is not something that I can advise you on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you know what I mean. So.
I do.
But like I said, most people know what they want when they ask a question like that.
Right.
Like, say, if the question was, if I stay with this person, what will my life be like? If I leave, what will my life be like? But I think these cards are answering that there's good stuff in the future, and everything relating to now is sorrow. Here's another one. There's a Five of Coins. That's about money problems and sadness and woe, followed by the Ace of Cups, which is about romance. See, now, you're not being treated well in this relationship, are you?
Not the best, not the worst.
Because look at the Five of Swords here is, it's not very good. And the Six of Swords is here, which is a card about somebody going from where they are to where they want to be.
Okay.
So you're going to make, let me put it this way, as bland as this sounds, you are going to make changes in your life that are going to bring you the happiness that you want. What those changes are is up to you. Correct?
Okay.
So,
Correct.
don't let anybody tell you in an encounter like this what to do. I'm just seeing that whatever it is you do, you're going to make the choice that leads to happiness.
Okay.
So, you consider what you need carefully, and here, look, the Sun is here. That's a card about health and growth and joy and happiness. And it's good. I see suffering and pain, but not in your future. Okay, you're going to take care of that.
Perfect. That will be perfect.
Is there anything else you want to look at?
Just, is there anyone you can see in the cards watching over me?
Okay. them up. And, well, this is fascinating. I'm not going to particularly go by the meaning of these cards as much as I'm going to go by the pictures on the cards. The cards are the Lovers and Temperance. Now, in the Lovers card, it shows two people with an angel over them watching them. And the Temperance card shows an angel. So I think the answer to your question is yes. The image that the cards wanted me to see, to tell you about, is an angel watching over people. So there you go, right? So yes, I do see somebody. So that's good. That's nice. And it can be a little creepy to think that there's somebody watching over you, but it can be comforting. It can also be comforting too, you know. So
yeah.
But I think that you asked the question because you could feel it, right?
Right.
Yeah. Well, you're a very intuitive person, and these two cards, to get two cards with an angel on them and one specific, here's another one. This is the Star, which is about hope and optimism, and it shows a bird. There's a person, a woman in the water, balancing the water, and there is a bird in a tree watching over her. See, that's the spirit. So that's two cards you got that have spirits watching over somebody. So that's the message, is yeah, you do have somebody watching over you. Okay?
Yeah. Sounds great.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for calling. And I will light a candle, and we'll send positive energy your way. How's that?
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now.
All right. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And folks, that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Whatnot, where we get together and we look through the tarot cards. And oh boy, I've got a lot of stuff to tell you about, but I've only got a couple of minutes left. There's a new book up at Amazon, not by me. It's a reissue of a book by Upton Sinclair with a foreword by Albert Einstein. Yes, that guy, Albert Einstein. You know, there's a very funny story about Albert Einstein. It's funny if it's true, but there was a guy in America called Petrillo, who was the head of the musicians union. And one of the things Petrillo did was he called a strike. He called a recording strike. And for a period in the late 40s, nobody made records unless they were like a self-contained group. So you'll get recordings by the Mills Brothers because they were just 3, sometimes 4 guys with a guitar. And you got choir recordings, but he called a musician strike. And I used to wonder, there were jokes in the Warner Brothers cartoons where Bugs Bunny would say, I sure hope Petrillo doesn't find out about this. Well, there was a benefit for the musicians union, and Petrillo played the trumpet. And Oscar Levant was playing the piano. And in this trio, Albert Einstein played the violin. And they couldn't get their timing right. And in exasperation, Petrillo turned to Einstein and said, geez, Einstein, can't you count? Well, to me, that's funny anyway, you know. But you see, even Einstein is not an Einstein all the time. But he wrote the foreword to this book. And it's called Mental Radio. And these are tests that Upton Sinclair did, definitive tests that he did with his wife to show that telepathy is real. This is what we talked about, like with hunches, for instance. It shows about that. But you see, it was a highly attacked book, but his methods stood up. People thought it was wrong that it was his wife who took part in the experiments with him, but that's kind of silly. It's because somebody had to do it, and it's just a fascinating book that helps prove the existence of mental telepathy. And we all know that. I mean, years ago, somebody gave me great advice. He said, always act as if people can read your mind, because they can. And boy, I tell you, because we give out more cues than we think. People can tell what we're thinking, you can tell when somebody's lying to you a lot of the times. You know that. So it's definitely a book worth looking at. I mentioned again, I'll repeat that 2 books that I mentioned. These are wonderful books that will improve your life. It's Unmasking Fear and Hunches. You can find those at mojoacademy.org. mojoacademy.org. There's new books coming. By that I mean old books that have been forgotten. I've got a book from the 1890s that before I got ill I started to restore, and I am continuing that right now, and soon it will be available. And it's a book on the wonders and glories of solitude. That scares a lot of people, solitude, but I like it, and this is a book explaining a lot about it. And in today's electronic world where we're overloaded with images and sounds, that's good. So until next week, we've run out of time. Remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.